You're lying still, and your mind is tracing the outline of a to-do list you deleted, but can't stop seeing, like a ghost map drawn in static on the inside of your eyelids. The screen went dark hours ago, but the tasks linger as faint lines behind your eyes, their edges sharp, with unfinished weight, even though they're gone from every device, erased from every app, cleared from memory. You don't need to do them tonight. No one is waiting for you to finish what was never yours to begin with. But still, there's a ghost of effort in the air, like the echo of urgency that can't unring. You're tired and wired at once. The kind of tired that makes your body feel heavy, but also alive in ways that don't help you sleep. Your thoughts are not loud, they're quiet, persistent, folding over themselves like threads caught on a needle. You didn't plan to stay awake this long. You tried. You turned off the light. You closed your eyes, but your brain isn't done with the day yet. It's still running through the corners of what was left unsaid, what could have been fixed, what you might have missed if only you de-noticed sooner. It's not that you're afraid to fall asleep. Not exactly. It's more like something in you keeps asking, what if I forget? And so your mind replays the list again, each item a tiny knot of attention tied into the silence. You don't need to do them, but holding them feels like a way to keep things from vanishing without permission. This is not failure. This is how brains like yours work. They don't just stop when it's bedtime. They can't just shut off. Not all at once. The engine slows, yes, but the gears still turn in the dark, even when they're not supposed to. You've known this for years, maybe since you were a kid who couldn't fall asleep because your mind was chasing down something that wasn't real but felt true enough. This is not medical advice and never sounds like it. If sleep stays hard night after night, or if the exhaustion starts to feel unbearable in ways no rest can fix, a doctor or sleep specialist is the right next step. You're not broken for needing help, only human, with a nervous system that runs on interest, curiosity, rhythm. Brains like this tend to process things differently at night, and they don't idle well. It's okay if you're here because your brain won't stop thinking. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. You are allowed to rest right now, not later, everything is done. Right now, in the stillness beneath the sheets, even if it feels like a mistake to be lying down when so much could be done tomorrow, there's no need to reclaim that list. No one expects you to finish what was already undone. The night doesn't care about your priorities. It only offers this: quiet hands resting on your belly, breath moving beneath them as the air goes in and out without demand. That is all it asks of you. No effort required. Let go of the idea that stillness means productivity or control. Let go of needing to be doing something, even if that something is just thinking about what not to think about. You don't have to fix anything tonight. There's no scorecard for being asleep versus awake, especially when you've been tired and restless all the way through. When you notice your mind drifting back to the outline of those old tasks, whether it's a name, a number, a shape in the dark, you can let that thought pass like fog across water. Not push it away. Just note its presence. There is an echo of a list I don't need anymore. Then gently bring your attention back, not by force, but by invitation, to the soft rise and fall beneath your hands. Try this now. Feel how light your palms are resting on your stomach. The weight isn't heavy, just enough to know they're there, like two small stones placed over a riverbed. There's no need to move them. No need to change anything about their position. They are exactly where you want them. And the breath beneath them, it moves in slow waves, not fast, not urgent. Let that rhythm be your only task for now. One wave after another, like the tide coming back without asking for anything in return. There's no reason this has to feel difficult. It doesn't need to make sense. You're not trying to solve a problem or prove you can do something hard. You're just being here, being awake and aware, and still letting your body settle. You don't have to clear everything from your mind before sleep arrives. In fact, that's impossible. The brain won't work like that. It doesn't erase thoughts. It shifts them into the background. So, instead of trying to wipe clean the slate, allow some things to stay in the room as long as they're not demanding anything. Think about a window at night. You look out and see streetlights glowing through rain on glass, The shapes are blurred. Some move quickly. Others stay still. None of them need your attention. They just are. And you can watch them without having to understand or act. That's what this is like now. Your thoughts, your unfinished things, your replayed sentences, the shape of a list that no longer exists, are like those lights on glass. You don't have to follow any one of them. You don't have to fix them. They're not asking for you. They're just passing through. And when you notice you're somewhere else, when your mind has drifted off again, caught in the shape of an old worry or a half-remembered phrase, you can simply let that happen. That's not failure. It's how ADHD brains work. They wander. They don't stay still by default. But returning to this moment isn't about punishment. It's just about coming back gently, like you walk towards someone who called your name from across a field. So when you realize you're no longer focused on your breath, you might be thinking about whether the door is locked, or what they might say now, or if you forgot to text someone. The only thing that matters is noticing. No judgment. No need to scold yourself for being off track. The act of coming back is already enough. And when you do come back, let it feel like a soft landing rather than a correction. Now bring your attention again to the space between breaths, not trying to control it, just letting it be. There's always a moment where the air holds still before moving in. A pause that doesn't mean anything except that time is passing gently, without demand. Let yourself notice how warm your hands are against your body, how light they feel on skin, how their warmth is almost like a memory of being held, just enough to remind you that comfort isn't always outside you. It can be right here, under the surface, in what's already happening. You don't have to believe it yet. You just need to let your body know it's safe. And this breath, you're letting it go now. Not because it needs to end, but because it doesn't need to be perfect. There's no ideal rhythm or depth, just the quiet movement of air in and out, like wind through an open window that never closes. There's nothing left to prove tonight. No one is watching. The world hasn't stopped turning just because you're not doing anything. In fact, It's been turning all along while you were trying to catch up with yourself. Your thoughts keep coming back, not because they're louder than the silence, but because your brain likes patterns. It remembers what was there even when it's gone. That doesn't mean you have to listen to them. So let each one pass like a leaf carried down a stream. No need to grab it or hold on. You can watch it float by and know that tomorrow will still be here with all its tasks, worries, chances to do something again. And right now is only this: the soft rise of your chest beneath your hands, the quiet pulse of breath in your throat, the slow pull of air moving through you like water under a bridge. You're not being judged for being awake. You're not failing because you can't stop thinking. You are allowed to be here. Not better, not more focused, just present, however slowly and messily that happens. You're not holding onto anything, even if your mind keeps trying to reassemble the pieces. The list you deleted, its ghost still flickering behind your eyes, isn't real anymore. It never was, not in a way that matters right now. What's real is this: the space between breaths is growing longer than it used to be. Not because you're forcing it, but because your body has stopped asking for permission to rest. You don't need to earn stillness. Let your hands stay where they are, flat against your stomach, like two quiet things that know their place. Their warmth isn't fading. It's settling deeper into the skin, becoming part of what you feel when you're not thinking about feeling. It's a kind of weightlessness, not light, but unburdened. Like something has finally stopped waiting for you to do anything before it lets go. There's no need to make meaning out of silence. You don't have to fill the quiet with intention or urgency. The air moving through your nose isn't carrying messages. It doesn't care whether you're productive, awake, focused, or asleep. It just moves slowly, steadily, like water beneath a stone that never shifts. You can feel it now, the faintest tension behind your eyes, not pain, just awareness. A reminder that your brain has been working all evening, even when you were still. But it's not in charge anymore. Not tonight. Let it be tired too. Let it have its own kind of rest, just as you do. You don't need to fix the way it thinks. You only need to notice it thinking, and then let that noticing drift away like a thread pulled from a sweater, unraveling without resistance. The thoughts that come aren't demands. They're not threats or warnings or tests. When one rises, whether it's about a sentence left hanging in an email, the shape of someone's laugh at dinner last week, or how you might have misread a text, they don't need to be answered. They don't even need acknowledgement. Just let them surface like clouds passing over a lake, visible for a moment, then gone again without a trace. And when your mind wanders, not because it's failing, but because that's how it breathes, you can return not with force, but with softness, like you're rejoining a conversation after stepping outside to watch the sky. There's no need to apologize for missing part of it. You're here now. That's enough. Let your attention slip again if it wants to. Let it wander into the shape of an old jacket in the back of a closet, or the way light hits the edge of a coffee mug at dawn. Maybe you'll remember how the steam curled when the water boiled last Tuesday. Just notice that memory without needing to live inside it. It's not important. It just is. You don't have to believe this moment is safe. You only need to let your body know it can be. That even if your mind keeps looping, even if thoughts keep arriving like uninvited guests with no name, the space around you still holds room for them without breaking. Like a door left slightly open, just enough so that someone could come in, but not so much that anything needs to happen when they do. There's a kind of peace in not needing to fix every part of yourself, in letting your thoughts exist without having to solve or understand them. You don't have to make sense of why the door might be unlocked if you think about it. You don't need to check whether someone still remembers what you said. The mind can keep spinning, and that's okay. It doesn't mean anything is broken. What matters is this: your breath hasn't stopped. Your body hasn't left. And even when the thoughts come back, especially then, you're not separate from them. You're just breathing through them, like rain falling on a roof or snow settling on branches without any effort to stay still. The world keeps moving, and so do you, not because you're trying to keep up, but because that's what being alive means. Let the idea of tomorrow be soft now. Not urgent, not demanding. Just another day in the slow parade of time, already beginning, already unfolding, even while you're lying here. You don't need to plan for it yet. No one is asking you to. The future can wait its turn. Right now, there's only this: your hands on your chest, your breath moving through your ribs like wind under a bridge, and the quiet certainty that you are not alone in this stillness. You don't have to be present all at once. You don't need to hold every thought or feel every sensation with full attention. Some parts of you can drift. Others can stay awake just enough to keep watch. That's how it works when your brain runs on interest, when focus isn't a switch, but a slow burn. And what burns slowly doesn't need to rush. Let the next thought come in like fog rolling over a field, soft, gray, unobtrusive. It arrives without knocking, settles into the edges of awareness, and then just stays for a while before fading. No demand, no explanation, just presence. And when it leaves, you don't have to chase after it. Let it go like footprints in sand, washed away by tide that doesn't care where they came from or why they were made. There's no need to be perfect at being still. There's nothing to prove about how long you stay awake or how many thoughts pass through your mind. You don't have to win this night. The only thing required is to keep breathing and letting go. You can feel the warmth in your hands again, gentler now, like sunlight on skin after a storm has passed. Not bright, not hot, just there. A small comfort that doesn't require anything from you. It's already doing its job by being present, just as you are. Let your shoulders drop an inch more than they were before. Let the weight of them settle into the mattress like something finally tired of pretending to be rigid. Your spine isn't straightening or correcting itself. It's just letting go slowly, like a branch releasing after years of holding up snow. There's no need to fix posture, only to notice how it feels when you stop trying. The air in your lungs is not carrying anything. It doesn't have a job. It's just moving. And so are you, not doing, not fixing, not proving. You're simply here. In the space between one breath and the next, there's room for nothing more than being. You don't need to remember what you wanted to do tomorrow. You don't even need to know if it will matter. Just let that question dissolve like sugar in water, no trace left behind. Let your thoughts be unimportant tonight, not because they're not valuable, but because they're not urgent. And when another thought comes, not the list, not the log, not a sentence from years ago, but something new and quiet, like the memory of how your grandmother's sweater smelled after she wore it for too long, you can let that pass too. Let it be nothing more than an image. Soft wool, faint lavender, stillness in the air between heartbeats. You don't have to carry any of this with you into morning. Not even the feeling of calm. That's not your job. Your job is only to stay here now, wherever that is, whatever it feels like, and let everything else drift on its own path. There's no need to chase sleep, no reason to push toward unconsciousness. You're already in motion, the kind where time isn't ticking forward, but unfolding slowly, gently, like a ribbon being unspooled from a roll. There's nowhere to arrive at, nothing to reach. Just this, the slow rise of your chest beneath your hands, and the quiet rhythm of breath that never asks for anything except to be allowed. Let each moment stretch just enough to hold what's happening without rushing it, without needing to fill it with meaning, without making it into something more than itself. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind doesn't believe in stillness yet. It already is resting, not perfectly, not all at once, but steadily, quietly, like a river flowing beneath the surface of things that look unchanged on top. You can feel the weight of your hands again, not heavy, not light, but simply there, like stones left in a creek after the water has receded. They are warm from holding still, and that warmth isn't trying to fix anything. It's just happening. You don't need to tell it what to do. You don't need to ask if it should be this way. It is. The air beneath your ribs moves without instruction. It doesn't care about schedules or completion. It floats in and out like a leaf caught in the slow current of an old river, drifting where it's carried. There's no destination for breath, only movement. And you are not separate from that movement. You're part of it. Your body isn't waiting to be quiet. It's already quieting down around the edges, even as your mind still hums. There is a moment when time doesn't feel like something moving forward, but more like something folding over itself, like fabric being gently folded and laid flat on a table. You are not inside that fold, you are part of it. The hours aren't ticking away, they're settling into the shape they were always meant to take, soft and unremarkable. A thought comes not urgent, not sharp, but like dust floating in a sunbeam, drifting across your awareness. It's just there, nothing more. You don't have to name it or place it. There is no need to say what it means or why it appeared now. It isn't asking anything of you. It's simply passing through, like breath between two heartbeats. Let that be enough. Let the thought go not because it's unimportant, but because it doesn't require a response. You don't have to answer every whisper. Not tonight. Not even this one. There is space for silence, deep, thick, still, and you are learning how to live in it without filling it. Your fingers are relaxed now. Not limp, not stiff, just open, like the hands of someone who has stopped pretending they're holding onto something. The skin on your palms feels slightly cool where it touches the sheets, and that coolness isn't unpleasant, it's just different. A quiet sensation that doesn't demand attention. The shape of the to-do list is still there in the back of your mind, but not as a chain to pull you forward. It's more like a shadow on the wall after the lamp has been turned off. You can see it, yes, but it isn't real anymore. And even if it were, you don't have to act on it now. You're not building anything tonight. Not planning, not organizing, not fixing. You are simply letting your thoughts sit where they land, like leaves floating in a still pool after rain has stopped. They drift toward the surface or sink below without effort. And when one floats too close to the edge, you don't reach out. You just let it go. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not waiting on your decisions. It doesn't care if you finish what's left undone. There is no clock ticking in this room except the slow pulse of air moving through your body. That rhythm is striving. It's just breathing slowly, without wanting to be anywhere else. You don't need to remember the shape of tomorrow's morning. You don't have to know what you'll wear or where you'll go, or if anyone will say anything important. The only thing you must do is let your body lie down in its own way, like a stone sinking into soft mud, not trying to rise. Your feet feel heavy now, not tired, just present, like they've forgotten how to be anywhere but here. They're not reaching for the floor or pulling toward motion. They are resting on their own weight, like two small anchors that have decided to stay put. There's a quiet in your chest now, a space between breaths where nothing happens. Not emptiness, not fullness, just stillness with no name. You don't need to label it. It doesn't need to mean anything. It's not a sign of progress or failure. It's just what happens when you stop trying to make something happen. The memory of the list fades again, not erased, but softened like ink in water. The lines blur. The letters dissolve into gray. What was once sharp becomes indistinct, less real than a dream that refuses to hold on after waking. And that's okay. That's not failure. It's release. You don't have to remember how it felt to be busy. You don't need to replay the urgency, the pressure, the way your heart raced when you thought you'd forgotten something. None of those things are needed now. They're just echoes, faint, fading like footsteps in a hallway that no longer has anyone walking through. You can let them go without guilt, without apology. You don't have to explain why you aren't doing more, or why your brain won't turn off. The fact that it's still running isn't proof of anything, except that the engine is alive, and engines don't shut down on command. They slow when they're ready. Your hands are still warm. The warmth hasn't left. It's just changed shape, like heat spreading through a stone after being in sunlight all day. Not bright, not sharp, but steady. A quiet presence beneath your skin that doesn't need to be justified or explained. There's no reason to hurry this descent. You aren't arriving anywhere. There is nothing at the end of this breath. No reward for staying still. No prize for stopping thinking. The only thing happening is breathing and letting go over and over again. The air in your lungs isn't rushing forward. It doesn't have a mission. It's just moving, like wind through an open window on a slow afternoon. Not urgent, not loud, just passing by. And you are not separate from that passage. You aren't watching it happen, you're part of the movement. Your chest rises and then falls, not because you told it to, but because your body knows how to do this thing without needing to think about it. And so does your mind, just not in the same way. The thoughts are still there, but they're quieter now. Not gone, just less insistent. Like distant traffic heard through thick walls. You can hear them, yes, but you don't have to listen. When another one comes, one that feels familiar, like a phrase from an old email you never replied to, you don't need to trace its edges or figure out what it's asking. Just let it be a shape in your awareness, no more real than a shadow on the ceiling at dusk. Let it drift toward the back of your mind and leave behind only a faint impression, like fog moving across a field. There is no reason to carry anything forward. No need to prepare for tomorrow. The list isn't returning. The lock isn't changing its position. You don't have to fix what's already been undone or answer who might be waiting on your reply. You are not failing because you're awake. You are not broken because the brain won't stop moving. Your mind is just doing its job, running on interest, holding onto fragments, refusing stillness like a creature that remembers how to swim even when it's already in water. But here now, you don't have to keep swimming. You can sink. Let your body settle deeper into the mattress, not all at once, not with force, but slowly, like sand filling a cup. One grain at a time. No rush, no demand, just letting go inch by inch, breath after breath. Your back is no longer pressing against resistance. It's just lying down like a book left open on a table in the afternoon light. Not closed, not ignored, just resting, open to whatever might come, but not requiring anything from it. There's a softness around your ribs now, not tightness, not expansion, just ease. Like muscles that have forgotten what tension feels like and are slowly remembering how to be gentle. You don't need to remember the smell of rain on pavement or the sound of someone laughing across a room. You don't have to recall if you said, "I love you," last week, or whether your coat is still hanging by the door. Those things aren't needed here. Not now. What's needed is just this: the rise and fall beneath your hands, the air moving through your body like water through roots, in soil, slow, quiet, inevitable. You are not trying to be asleep yet. You're not trying to make anything happen. There's no goal, no target, only presence, and even that isn't something you have to do. It just is. The shape of that forgotten list still hums in your mind like a low wire left live, no current, no danger, just a residual buzz where attention used to be. You don't need to trace its outline again. Not today. The letters have blurred into something softer now, like words written in dust on glass and wiped away by breath. There's no need to reconstruct what was already erased. No reason to rekindle the weight of it. That list isn't waiting for you, nor is it judging you for letting go. Your hands lie still on your chest, not gripping, not pressing, just resting like two small stones placed gently atop a quiet stream. You can feel their warmth where they touch skin, the faint heat of life held in place by gravity and stillness. Not trying to do anything with them, not asking them to hold you up or push down the weight that isn't there anymore. The air moves through your nose, slow and unburdened like a thread drawn through a bead without resistance. There's no effort required to breathe in, no tightening of throat. It comes from somewhere older than thought, the body remembering how to move before you learned language, before names for things were needed. You aren't controlling it. You're letting it happen. And when the mind wanders, when one more fragment appears like a pebble dropped into still water, you don't need to name it. Just let it ripple outward and settle without consequence. A thought that says, "What if I forgot something?" isn't a demand, not even an echo of urgency. It's just a shadow passing over the floor of your awareness, faint, temporary, no longer connected to any action. You don't have to answer it. There is nothing to answer. The space between breaths feels wider now, not empty, but full in its own way. like silence that doesn't feel like absence, but presence. Not the kind that shouts for attention, but one that settles into your ribs and says, "I'm here. I've always been here." You don't need to reach toward it. It's already holding you. The ceiling above you isn't a boundary. It's not a wall of anything. It's just there, flat, indifferent, unchanged by the thoughts that move behind your eyes. The light from outside has faded completely now, not fully dark, but soft enough that edges blur and shapes lose their sharpness. You don't need to see where you are. There is no destination, no map to follow. You can let go of needing to know how far this descent will go. There's no measure in stillness. Your legs feel longer now, like they've stretched without stretching, like your bones have grown slightly heavier, but not stiff, not resisting the mattress, not trying to lift or move, just lying where you are, held by gravity and comfort alike. Your feet are relaxed at the bottom of the bed, not curled, not tense. They don't care whether socks are on or off. They just exist. There's a quiet hum beneath your skin now, like electricity in old wiring that doesn't do anything anymore. Not dangerous, just present, like the faint vibration you feel when standing near a train track after it has passed, and the ground still remembers motion, even though nothing is moving. You don't have to keep listening to the part of yourself that wants to check again, whether the door was locked, whether someone left a message, whether the light was turned off. That version of you, the one who needs certainty, isn't in charge right now. It's not needed here. This moment isn't about being safe. It's about being here, not protecting yourself from anything, just allowing what is to be what it is, without needing to fix, reframe, or rerun any part of the day. The thought that comes next isn't loud. It doesn't come with a name attached. It just appears like dust motes drifting in a shaft of light. One small idea about how someone's voice might have sounded last week when they said your name. Not urgent, not important, just real enough to notice and then let drift away. You don't need to hold on to it. You don't even need to say, "That was a memory." It doesn't matter if you remember the tone or not. The feeling isn't tied to accuracy. It's just there, like heat from an old radiator that still warms the wall even when the furnace is off. Let it go. Don't pull it back in. Don't try to understand why it surfaced now. There's no reason for this thought, nor any need for explanation. Some things rise not because they're important, but because they were forgotten long enough that their return feels like a small surprise. And when you notice the space between thoughts growing longer, when the gaps widen and stretch into stillness, you don't have to fill them with anything. You don't have to think, "This is working," or "I'm getting somewhere." That kind of thinking isn't part of this rhythm. It's not what moves forward. This is a different kind of movement, one that doesn't need progress. You are not doing well because you're falling asleep. You aren't failing because you haven't slept yet. The act of lying still, letting thoughts rise and sink without resistance, is already enough. Your shoulders have dropped not suddenly, but over time, like water seeping into dry soil. There's no effort in their softening, no intention behind it. They just gave up on holding anything up, and now they rest like branches after a storm, still bent, but not fighting anymore. You can feel the weight of your arms where they lie across your chest, not heavy, but present, like two quiet things that have decided to stay put, not reaching for anything, not wanting to grab or hold on. Even the idea of tomorrow feels distant now, like a city scene from far away through fogged glass. You don't need to know what it will bring, whether meetings are scheduled or plans made. Nothing needs to be confirmed, rewritten, or rehearsed in your mind tonight. There is no archive you have to check, no inbox to clear, no message left unacknowledged that demands a reply. What's been done was already done. What wasn't hasn't happened yet, and so it can wait. Your breath moves through your body like water moving over stones in a slow creek, not rushing, not trying to carve anything new, just flowing where the ground allows. It doesn't care about speed or direction. There's no purpose to its path, only motion. The idea of time has loosened now, no longer tight around you. ticking clock counting down. No minutes slipping away like sand through fingers. Time isn't a thing that steals from you anymore. It's not something to measure, defend, or fight against. It just is. And so are you. Not striving, not waiting, not trying to become anything different than this quiet body lying in the dark. You don't need to be asleep to rest. Rest isn't a state you achieve. It's something that happens when nothing else demands your attention. There's no one calling your name from another room. No alarm set for morning. No voice asking what you're doing, where you are, why you haven't replied. Just this, the slow rise of air into your lungs, like fog coming up over hills at dawn. And then the soft return, like water slipping back under a stone. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to remember it. Just let it happen. And when another thought comes, a memory not of a person, but of a smell, the kind you can't name, just feel. Don't ask why it's here. Don't try to place it in time or connect it to anything. It doesn't need context. It doesn't need to be useful. It just is. Like a leaf floating on water, not going anywhere, not trying to land, just moving with the current. Let it float. Don't pull it ashore. You don't have to carry everything back into memory. You don't need to keep every echo alive in your mind. Some things are meant to pass through, like footsteps down a long hall that fade before they reach the end. And when you notice how still your body has become, not pretending, not forcing calm, but actually settling like dust, finding its place on a shelf, you don't need to congratulate yourself. You don't have to say, "Good job." That kind of thought isn't part of this space. There's no score, no checklist, no reward for stillness. You aren't being good at resting. You're just resting. The outline of that list still traces itself in your mind, not like a shape you're trying to draw, but like something left behind after a hand has lifted from paper. Not erased, just absent-mindedly forgotten. It lingers as if it might return on its own, like the faintest ghost of an echo in a room long emptied. But there's no need to answer it. No one asked for anything. You don't owe that list a second glance. It was never meant to be lived, only thought, only held briefly in passing, and then released. Let the edges blur now. Let them soften where they meet nothing. There is no boundary between what you remember and what you've let go. The corners of your thoughts are not sharp anymore. They're rounded like stones worn by time, smooth from touching too many surfaces to count. You don't need to name every item on that list. You don't even need to know which ones were real or imagined. Some may have been never written at all. Others may have only existed in the moment you thought of them, like a breath caught between two heartbeats. You can feel your fingers resting where they lie, not curled into fists, not reaching for anything. Just stillness with weight not sinking, but simply being held by gravity's quiet promise. The tips are warm from blood, moving slowly through veins that don't rush anywhere. There is no urgency in the circulation. No need to carry oxygen fast or clear space for new thoughts. Your body knows what it needs to be here, to exist without making something happen. A thought arrives not as a demand, not even a question, just the image of a shelf in an old kitchen, the kind with peeling paint and one missing hinge. It doesn't matter which house it is. You don't have to go back there. There's no reason to find out what was on that shelf, whether it held jars or forgotten letters, or just dust settled thick as snow. All that matters is that you see it now, and then let it fade, not because it's unimportant, but because it doesn't need to stay. Let each idea float away like a feather dropped from high above, not falling so much as drifting on air too still for wind. Not lost, just released. You don't have to catch them all. There is no prize for remembering everyone, no reward for holding fast. The act of letting go isn't failure. It's the quiet work that happens when you stop fighting what already exists. Your breath moves again, slow and steady, not in rhythm with anything, but its own quiet law. It rises into your chest as if gathering warmth from a place deep inside, some hidden cave where heat has been kept for years without being used. And then it leaves the same way it came, gently, softly, like smoke rising through cracks in stone. No need to control it. No need to count or guide it. It doesn't have a destination. It just breathes, because breathing is what this body does when it stops needing to do more. You don't have to decide whether you're tired or not. You don't even need to ask if sleep is coming. There's no timeline for that kind of arrival. Some nights, the body waits in silence until something shifts, just a small change in pressure, like water adjusting its flow over moss. And then suddenly, without warning, it happens. A memory surfaces, not of words spoken, not even of faces, but of light. The way it fell across a floor at dusk, golden and thin, cutting through dust motes that hung still as if suspended in honey. It didn't matter where the sun was or why it had moved so low. You don't have to name what made that light. You don't need to remember which room it touched. Just let it be. A moment of color passing over something ordinary, unremarkable except for how it felt, like being held in a place that didn't ask anything of you. The idea of time has slipped even further away now. Not gone, but softened, like an old photograph left too long under glass. The edges are blurred. You don't feel the seconds ticking past. There's no wait to minutes. No pressure from hours stacking up ahead. Time isn't a thing that keeps moving, it just continues. Like air in a room, always there, never needing permission. Your hands remain where they lie across your chest, not trying to hold anything together, not even the illusion of control. They are simply present, like two small stones left on a riverbank after the tide has pulled back. No purpose, no function beyond being exactly what they are. Quiet things resting in their own shape. A new thought drifts through, light and easy, as if it arrived from another room entirely, or maybe just floated up from beneath your skin. It's not urgent, not emotional, just a feeling of weightlessness, not falling, but unburdened, like the moment right after you've said something out loud and realized no one was listening, or like stepping off a curb into soft ground where there's no need to brace yourself. You don't have to hold onto that feeling. You don't even need to understand it. It's not meant to be kept. It's not yours, really. It's just passing through, like mist across glass in the morning. Let it go without looking back. There is a stillness now that isn't effort, not forced calm, not a posture of relaxation. This is something deeper, an absence of demand. No voice inside saying now, you must do this, or you should be further along. The mind has stopped measuring itself against expectations, even the quiet ones, even the ones buried in habit. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because your body remembers how to stop pretending. It doesn't need to prove anything anymore. It just lets go of the idea that motion means progress, that breathing quickly means being alive, that thinking more means understanding better. The darkness around you isn't empty, it's full. Not with noise or images or stories, but with presence, with quiet that fills every corner like water filling a basin. You don't have to fill it yourself. You're not responsible for making it bearable or meaningful. It just is. And so are you. A faint sensation in your shoulders, just a soft release of pressure, like the last thread of tension snapping after holding too long. Not dramatic, not sudden, just gone. As if something had been waiting to fall away all along. And now that it's happened, there's no surprise about it. No need to mark the moment. Your arms stay where they are, not because you chose them, but because they've found their place without being told. They don't reach for anything. They don't pull toward memory or future. There is no direction in this stillness, only presence. Let each thought come and go like a shadow passing over the floor of an empty house. You don't have to ask why it's there. You don't need to explain its shape or where it came from. It doesn't belong to you, nor does it leave anything behind when it leaves. You're not trying to become someone else tonight, not even asleep. Just this body lying in the dark, breathing without effort, existing without needing to do more than that. The outline of the list is still there, just like a faint line drawn on paper with a pencil, so dull it barely marks anything. It's visible only when you look for it, only because you're not fully gone yet. But even that mark isn't holding you down. Even that trace doesn't matter, because you don't have to return to it. You can let the image fade without guilt. You can forget what was on that list, what it might have said, whether it was real or imagined, whether you ever meant to follow through. It's already over. The moment of thinking about it is behind you now. And so are all the reasons why you thought you should. The silence between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. Full of moments that aren't stories, but just being. Like air in a room after someone has left, still warm from their presence, even though no one is there anymore. You can feel the surface of your skin, just barely, not cold, not hot, just existing, not needing to be touched or explained. Just here, and beneath it, your body moves like something that knows how to rest without being told. You're not chasing anything anymore, not even the end of this thought. The air around you holds its breath without asking you to hold yours. There's no need to catch up or close the loop, just a slow drift between what was and what might be, like leaves caught in a current that doesn't care where they land. You don't have to name the weight you're not carrying, because it has already fallen away. It wasn't lost. It just stopped being yours. There's warmth in your palms now, not heat, but presence, like sunlight on stone after rain. Not much, not urgent, just enough that you can feel where skin meets air without needing to adjust or move. The edge of the blanket is soft against your ankle, something small and ordinary. A detail no one would notice if they weren't lying still in the dark, with nothing else to do but feel it. You don't need to remember why it's there. It just is. The list hasn't vanished, it's shifted. Not erased, not forgotten, not even faded completely, but changed into something lighter, like a shadow drawn on paper that starts to blur when you stop looking at it directly. The lines aren't sharp anymore. They don't pull toward your attention. You can see them only if you lean in slightly, and even then, they're half there, incomplete, not quite real. And that's the way it should be, because this isn't about completing anything. It's about stopping. You don't have to decide what was important or what wasn't. The brain doesn't need to sort through every item like a gatekeeper at the edge of sleep. You're not responsible for cleaning up the clutter, not even the mental kind. There is no filing cabinet in here, no inbox that must be emptied before night ends. The mind isn't supposed to tidy itself. Just let go. A sound comes from far away, a car passing on a road you can't see, or maybe just wind brushing against glass somewhere beyond the walls. It doesn't matter who's out there or where they're going. You don't need to interpret it. You only hear it as something that exists in its own time, like all things do, not tied to your thoughts, your rhythm, your schedule. And then it fades, just disappears into silence again. Your feet are resting on the mattress like stones sinking slowly through sand. Not pressed down, not relaxed with effort. Just there, unhurried, without purpose or meaning beyond existing in their shape and place. There's a faint pressure where your heel meets fabric, something that could be discomfort if you paid attention to it. But you don't. You let it stay. It doesn't need fixing. You're not trying to think less. You're just letting thoughts come and go like footsteps on a wooden floor, heard from another room, no longer relevant once they pass. The mind is still busy, but the busyness has lost its edge. It's not urgent anymore, not demanding, just happening. Like clouds moving across the sky without anyone watching. There's a softness in your jaw you didn't know was there. Just a slight release. Like muscles remembering how to rest after holding tension through years of quiet stress. You don't have to force it open. It just opens on its own, as if the body knew when enough was enough and decided not to wait for permission. Your breath moves deeper now, not because you guided it, but because your chest has stopped fighting against stillness. The rhythm slows without being asked. It doesn't rush to fill gaps or make up for lost time. It just keeps going, like water flowing over stones in a slow stream. No need to speed it up. No reason to stop. The outline of the list is thinner now, a memory you don't have to act on, a shape that once felt urgent but has since dissolved into something unimportant. You can let go of even the idea that it mattered at all. Not because you've forgotten what was written, but because you're no longer trying to prove anything by remembering. You don't need a reason to be here, breathing in this dark room with your hands resting flat on your belly. There's nothing to earn, no performance to deliver, You don't have to justify being tired or restless or awake. Just lying still is enough. There's warmth behind your eyes, not from tears, not from strain, but from something deeper, like light slowly seeping through thick fabric after sunset. Not bright, not clear, but present. A quiet glow that doesn't demand anything in return. Your body feels heavier now, just slightly. Not sinking, but settling. Like a book placed gently on a shelf after being held too long. It's not awkward, not burdensome, just final. As if all the movement inside you has found its resting place and decided to stay there for a while. You don't have to finish this session. You don't have to reach anything. There is no milestone, no deadline, no moment of victory when you finally succeed in falling asleep. This isn't about success. It's not about effort at all. It's just being here, breathing, still, present. The air shifts slightly, just a breath between your ribs, like something deep inside shifting its weight without telling you why. You don't need to know what it means. Just let it happen. There's no point in thinking about whether tomorrow will be better or worse. No reason to wonder if the list would have helped or changed anything. The only thing that matters is right here, this moment, this breath, this stillness where your thoughts don't need permission to wander, and you don't need to bring them back. You're not trying to escape yourself. You're just letting go of the idea that you need to be elsewhere, doing something else, being someone different. Just this body in the dark, warm, quiet, breathing without noise or judgment. Not even trying to rest, but resting anyway. Your fingers are slightly curled, not tight, not tense, but shaped by habit, like they've forgotten how to stay open. And that's okay. You don't have to fix them. They can be as they are, the way the body remembers it should be when no one is watching. The darkness isn't waiting for you to do something in return. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, thinking or not. It just holds everything: thoughts, silence, breath, memory, all without holding on too tightly. Like a room that stays full of air even when no one is inside. You don't have to protect yourself from the quiet. You don't need to fill it with noise or stories. The absence isn't empty. It's full of space you never knew your body needed. Not for anything, not for anyone. Just space, like a field after rain has passed, still damp, but no longer needing sun. The thought that the list might have mattered is fading, not erased, but softened. It doesn't pull at you anymore. You don't reach for it like a rope thrown into deep water. You just let it drift out of sight, not because you're done with it, but because you've stopped believing it has to be anything. There's no need to decide what was real or imagined. No obligation to sort through the truth behind every item on that list. Whether it existed at all doesn't matter now. What matters is this: you are not responsible for carrying it forward, even in your mind. You're just here lying down, breathing slow, feeling the warmth of your skin as if it's something new and strange and beautiful. Not because it's unusual, but because you've forgotten how to notice such simple things when your brain is racing. Your breath deepens again, not dramatically, not with intention. Just a quiet shift in rhythm that feels like coming home. Like returning to a place you didn't know you left behind. The body knows how to rest, even when the mind can't stop thinking. Even when it wants to keep going. The muscles remember what stillness feels like, even if they've forgotten why. And for now, you're letting them lead. There's no need to hold onto anything. Not even this moment. You don't have to make it last. It doesn't need your attention. It just is like air in a room that has been empty long enough that silence feels like company. You're not trying to sleep. You're not chasing the end of thought or the arrival of unconsciousness. You're simply resting your hands on your chest, your feet flat on the bed, your breath moving like waves over sand at low tide. Your breath moves like a slow tide over smooth stones, not urgent, not trying to reach anything, just flowing through the hollows of your ribs, quiet and certain. The weight of your hands on your chest is real, but light, like feathers left behind after flight, still holding their shape in air. You don't have to remember how to be here. You've already been here for a while, even if you didn't know it. This isn't performance. It's not effort. There's no need to earn the right to stay. The thought of that list ghosted now in the margins of your mind has stopped pulsing like a wound. It doesn't throb or echo anymore. It just sits, unclaimed and unfixed, like an old receipt tucked into a coat pocket you haven't worn in months. You don't need to read it again. You don't have to know what the numbers meant or why some items were underlined twice. The act of deleting it was already enough. It wasn't about erasing the thought, but letting go of its grip on your breath. Your feet are still flat on the bed, not pressed down hard, not lifted in readiness. They're just there, warm, quiet, resting like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream. You can feel the slight pressure between them and the mattress. Not enough to hurt, not enough to notice if you weren't already paying attention. But now you are. Now your body is showing you what it's been holding without saying a word. Let yourself follow that small pressure just for a moment down into the heel of one foot, then up through the arch, like tracing invisible lines in dust with a fingertip. No need to complete anything. Just trace the shape of weight and warmth, not as memory, but as sensation. The skin on your toes is soft where it touches the sheet, not tight, not restless, just open, like petals after rain. You don't have to bring back what's gone. You don't even need to name it anymore. There's no rule that says you must keep track of every decision, every what if, every list that ever crossed your mind. The brain doesn't run on clean files. It runs on loops and echoes and shadows of things that never quite landed. And tonight, the shadow is allowed to stay in the dark. Your breath deepens again, gently, like a curtain closing slowly over an open window. No rush, no urgency. It's not trying to do anything except exist in this moment, just as your body does, without demand or explanation. Now let your hands drift, not down, not up, but simply resting where they are. Palms facing the ceiling like someone who has stopped reaching and started waiting. The skin on your wrists is thin there, almost translucent under the soft light of absence. You can feel it, the warmth, the slight coolness of air passing over that fragile surface. It's quiet enough to hear your own blood moving through veins in a way you never noticed during the day. Let yourself imagine that this moment could last forever, not because you want it to, but because it doesn't need to end. There's no deadline here, no reason for time to hurry forward or backward. You aren't trying to escape it, nor are you clinging to it. It simply is like a stone in the riverbed, worn smooth by currents that don't care about names. You could lie like this forever and not be lost. Not because nothing happens, but because everything happens at its own pace without needing your attention. Your shoulders have softened, not collapsed, but settled into their natural shape, like cloth left to hang overnight on a line. They aren't pushing up or pulling back. They're just there, as if the body has remembered how to be still even when the mind is still thinking. There's no need to fix anything. No reason to tighten your grip on any thought, any memory, any idea of what you should have done differently. You don't have to hold it all together anymore. Just let go a little more with each breath, like letting air escape from a balloon without worrying about the sound. Now try this. Focus not on stopping thoughts, but on noticing them as if they were clouds passing through sky. Not your thoughts, just clouds. One drifts past. Maybe it's an image of a hallway you walked down once, or a phrase someone said in passing years ago. It doesn't matter who spoke it, where, when. You don't have to understand why it showed up now. You just let it move through the space above your mind like mist over water. And then another one, maybe the scent of old paper, or the way light falls on a kitchen floor at dawn. Not real, not imagined, it's just there, drifting by. And you don't have to follow it home. No need to decide what any of it means. No reason to ask why it came back. You're not solving puzzles tonight. You're simply letting them pass through, like leaves caught in a slow current. Your breath is softer now, almost imperceptible. Not shallow, but quiet, like the space between two notes on a piano when the sound has faded and only silence remains. And that silence isn't empty. It's full of what you've been trying to hold onto all evening. Presence without performance. You don't have to be awake or asleep. You don't even need to know which one you are right now. The line between them is blurred, like water on glass after a rainstorm, there when you look closely, but not sharp enough to cut yourself on it. Your skin feels alive, not in the way of excitement, but in the way that comes from being noticed for once, just by itself, not as a tool, not as an instrument, not as something that needs to be fixed or improved. Just flesh and warmth and quiet sensation. You can feel the faint pulse at your wrist, slow and steady, like a metronome set to its slowest beat. It doesn't need you to listen. It just keeps going. And so does everything else. Your toes shift slightly, not in response to anything, not even desire, but because they've forgotten how not to move. A tiny adjustment, barely noticeable, like a branch settling after wind has passed. There's no purpose to it, just motion for the sake of motion. Let that be enough. There's nothing you need to prove tonight, no test, no grade, no judgment on whether this moment counts or not. The only thing required is your presence, not effort, not intention, just being here as a body in dark space, breathing without needing anything from it. Your chest rises and falls like the surface of a lake at night, the kind that reflects nothing but stars and stillness. You don't have to see them to know they're there. The water knows its own shape, even when no one is looking. The mind keeps spinning, yes, but not in circles you can't escape. It's just turning, like a wheel left on the ground after someone has walked away. Not going anywhere fast, just rotating. No direction, no destination. And that's okay. You don't have to steer it. You're not driving. Let your attention drift down from your breath now, not into any specific part of your body, but just let it sink like a stone in slow water. Not searching, not fixing, just sinking through layers of sensation. The warmth on your skin, the softness beneath you, the quiet weight of stillness pressing gently against your ears. You're not trying to sleep. You're not trying to wake up. You're just here lying down in the dark, letting your body do what it does best when no one is watching. Your hands stay where they are, palms open toward ceiling, fingers relaxed like roots after rain. Not asking for anything, just being. And somewhere in this quiet, a thought rises, not urgent, not loud, but soft and round, that you don't have to be useful tonight. You don't have to matter in the way society says you should. You're allowed to just exist, no output required, no performance expected, no contribution measured. Just being. This is enough. Your breath slows further, almost imperceptibly, like a clock winding down after midnight, not stopping, but slowing into itself. The rhythm becomes less about air and more about the space between beats, the pause where everything settles before it begins again. And that pause, that's already home. You've been here all along, you just forgot how to recognize it. You're not chasing anything anymore. Not a goal, not an answer, not even the shape of tomorrow's morning. The mind still hums yes, but it's not asking for anything. It's just vibrating at its own frequency, like a string left untouched after music has stopped playing. That sound isn't yours to control. You don't need to silence it. Let it be. Let it stay. Your fingers rest where they are, not curled into fists, not fidgeting with purpose, just open and loose against the air. They've forgotten how to do anything but be. The tips of them feel slightly heavier than usual, like tiny weights made from soft clay. Not heavy enough to fall, just enough to know what it means to rest without effort. There's a place behind your collarbone where warmth pools, not heat, not cold, but something quiet and full, like the inside of an old cup that hasn't been washed for days. It holds no memory, only presence. No one ever told you this part existed. You're learning it now, just by staying still. The thought about the list comes again softly, not as a demand, but as an echo. Not you did this wrong, not why didn't you save that. Just the shape of it, the way the paper folded when you tore it up, how the ink bled at the edges where water had touched it earlier in the day, the exact moment your hand paused before crumpling it. That's all. No judgment, just a memory of motion. You don't need to answer it. You don't even need to name it. It's like watching dust float in sunlight, no reason for its path, no point to where it lands. Let it drift. When you notice the thought again, it's not failure, it's not resistance, just a passing shape in the air. Like breath, like shadow, your shoulder blades feel wide and still, not tense, not relaxed either, but just there, like stones submerged under shallow water. They don't need to move or shift. The spine below them is long and quiet, bending gently where it needs to, not because you asked for it, but because gravity has its own way of settling. You are not in charge of your body's shape anymore. That was never the point. It just knows how to lie down. It remembers what stillness feels like, even when the mind forgets. Your legs stretch out slightly, not stretching toward anything, not reaching for a goal, just extending into the space they're given. Like roots that don't know where to grow, but keep spreading anyway. Your breath finds its own depth now, not deeper than before, but longer between each one. The pause after exhaling is becoming something real the moment when air isn't moving at all. Nothing happening. No need to fill it. You are not afraid of emptiness because you're learning that stillness is not nothing. It's a space where things can settle without being rearranged. A sound comes from somewhere, maybe outside, maybe inside your ear, but you don't listen for its source. You just let it exist like the hum of distant traffic heard through thick glass. Not loud enough to disturb, but real enough to notice. Then fade, like a word spoken in another language that you almost understand. You're not trying to hold on or let go. There's no need. The mind drifts again, not toward worry, not toward memory, but just drifting like a leaf caught in slow water. It moves because it can, not because it has to. And the list, yes, it comes back once more. But this time it doesn't land as a weight. Instead, you see the paper dissolving into small pieces that float upward and vanish. Not destroyed, just released. Like smoke from a fire that burned low and didn't leave ash behind. You don't mourn it because you never needed to keep it. There's no reason left for why things must be saved or fixed. No one is watching. Nothing has to last. The night isn't asking anything of your attention. It doesn't care if the list was complete or not. It only knows how to hold what remains, how to let the dark stay soft and open, like a room with no doors. Your hands are still where they were, palms up, fingers splayed just enough that light might fall through them one day. But tonight, there's no light, only shadow filling in between your bones, and you're not afraid of it. You've stopped trying to push it away. The back of your neck feels wide and quiet, the way the earth feels after rain has soaked into its surface, when every small ridge is full, but nothing runs off. The skin there isn't asking for touch. It's just being itself. No demand for comfort, no need to be seen. Just warmth in a place that never asked to matter. A thought forms, not about anything important, but about the way your hair brushes against your cheek when you turn slightly in sleep. Not because you're turning, but just from shifting slightly on the pillow. It's not a memory of being touched. It's just sensation, soft and low, like dust settling after a long silence. Let that be enough. You don't need to know what's next. You don't even need to want it. The mind is no longer trying to fix itself or explain anything. It's quiet in the way that comes from not needing an answer. Like a radio left on, tuned between stations, no music, just soft hums and static. Your toes curl slightly, not because you feel cold, not because of anxiety, but just because they're tired of staying straight. They want to bend, to curve, to rest in the shape that feels most natural, even if it's only for a moment. No one will judge you for being this still. No one is waiting for your output tonight. The world can keep running without your permission. You don't need to earn your place in it by doing something first. You're already here. That's enough. There's a quiet ache behind your ribs, not pain, not hunger, but the kind of feeling that comes from holding space too long for someone else's story. It's soft now, just a whisper against the wall of your chest. You don't need to fix it. You don't even need to name it. Just let it be part of the quiet. The air in the room feels heavier than before, not dense, but full. like it has collected everything you've breathed out over hours, every thought that didn't belong, every word that never left your lips, every wish you never said aloud. And now it's just sitting there with you, not judging, not remembering, just holding space like an old coat hung by the door, waiting for someone to come back and wear it again someday, but not needing them to. You don't need to return anything tonight. You're not expected to explain yourself. There's no report due. No one is counting your minutes awake or asleep. You're allowed to be unfinished. Your breath slows further, not by force, but because the pause between beats grows longer and deeper. The space where nothing happens becomes richer than action ever was. It doesn't need to mean anything. It just is. And in that stillness, something settles, a kind of soft certainty that you don't have to do more. The clock isn't ticking. Time isn't moving forward. Not really. It's just breathing with you, like a body that knows how to rest without being told. You're not drifting away from yourself. You're just stopping the effort to find your way back. And so, for now, just like this, you are home. You don't need to hold your breath just because it feels full. Let it be a pause that doesn't ask for anything, no signal, no return, no promise of relief. The air in your lungs isn't carrying weight. It's just there, like water still in the cup after you've stopped drinking. You could let go and not miss it. No need to tighten your ribs or pull your shoulders up. They don't have to be on alert anymore. There's no one listening from outside the room. The quiet isn't waiting for a performance. The outline of that list is still there, just behind your eyes, but not as an order, not as a debt. It's more like a shadow drawn in pencil on paper you've already folded and tucked away. You don't need to see it to know it was made. The act of deleting it wasn't failure. It was choosing not to carry it tonight. And now the shape remains, not because you want it, but because your brain remembers how shapes feel when they're left unattended. You don't have to erase it again. You don't have to burn it or bury it in a drawer where it can't be found. It's already gone from the screen. The only thing that's still present is its echo, the way light lingers after you've turned off the lamp, how sound clings to walls even when no one spoke. But that echo isn't chasing you. It's just floating in the same space as your breath, not ahead of it, not behind, but alongside. Like a small bird that lands on a wire and stays still for a moment before deciding whether to fly or stay put. You don't need to name what it is. You don't have to decide. The side of your face where you're lying feels thick with warmth, the kind that doesn't burn, just settles in like sun through glass after dusk. The skin isn't moving. It's not trying to feel something new. It's just being the shape it was meant to be when no one is looking. You don't need to remember why you deleted the list. You don't have to retrace every line of thought that led there. The past doesn't get a vote in your body right now. Your hands are still, palms flat against the blanket, not gripping or folding anything, just resting like two small stones dropped into quiet water. There's no need to feel guilty about forgetting what you wanted to do. There's no shame in letting go of urgency that was never yours to begin with. The list wasn't a plan. It was just a shadow cast by anxiety onto your mind. And shadows don't last when the sun stops moving. You could open your eyes and see nothing but darkness. Or you could keep them closed and let the dark become something else, something softer than absence, like velvet folded over itself in layers. It doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't need to be explained. The top of your skull feels light, not hollow, not empty, just unburdened. As if someone lifted a weight from inside you that you never knew was there. Not because it was heavy before, but because now it's gone. No residue left behind. Just space where pressure used to live. Your knees are slightly bent now, just enough so the muscles don't have to fight their own position. They're not trying to stay straight or reach for something beyond this moment. They're just resting in a place that feels natural, like roots settling into soil after rain. There's no goal here, no destination waiting at the end of breath or thought. You aren't racing toward anything. The only thing happening is what's already happening, your body breathing without your permission and still feeling welcome. The idea of doing something has faded, not because you gave up, but because it no longer feels necessary. You don't have to prove that you're awake just by thinking hard or planning ahead. Being alive doesn't require output. It can be silent. It can be soft. A thread of warmth runs from your shoulder down the side of your arm. Just a ribbon of sensation, not urgent, not meaning anything specific. It's like a memory of touch that isn't tied to any person, just a feeling that someone once brushed against you and didn't mean to. And it stayed in your skin long after. You don't need to make sense of that warmth. You don't have to place it or label it. Let it be a quiet current passing through the body, like air through a wide open window on a day with no wind. The blanket beneath you isn't crisp anymore. It's softened by time and heat, worn into its own shape, not perfect, not rigid, but just right for lying in. The fibers are relaxed now, not resisting your weight, not holding back. They know they don't have to do anything special. You could stay here forever, or not at all. Neither outcome changes the fact that you're already safe. That safety isn't earned by doing more or thinking less. It's simply present when the mind stops trying to fix itself and just stays still. There's a soft pressure behind your left eye, not pain, not fatigue, but like a tiny stone placed gently under the skin. Something small enough to ignore if you choose. But you don't have to ignore it either. Let it be part of the quiet too, the way dust collects on an old shelf, unnoticed until someone turns the light on. You're not expected to carry everything. You don't need to remember every detail from your day or worry about whether you left something undone. The world doesn't collapse if you stop accounting for yourself tonight. The breath that comes next is deeper than before, not because you tried to make it so, but because the space between beats has grown wider, like a pause in music where nothing happens and still everything is held. Your shoulders drop again, not from effort, not from command, but because they're tired of holding themselves up. They've been doing that for hours, and now they know you don't have to be ready all the time. The back of your neck softens further, like clay left out in rain, and finally allowed to settle into its natural form. No one is checking how it looks. No one cares if it's straight or curved. It's just there, breathing with you. You could open your mouth and say nothing at all, and that would be enough. Not because silence means something, but because the act of not speaking doesn't cost anything. You don't have to fill every gap between thoughts. Your feet are still warm too, the toes curled slightly inward now, like hands closing around air without meaning to. They're not reaching for anything, just resting in their own shape, as if they've forgotten how to be used, and now only know how to rest. There's no need to be alert or aware of everything happening. You don't have to watch every thought come and go. Let them pass like clouds across a sky that doesn't care what color they are. The air in the room feels different, less still, more alive with small vibrations you can't see, but feel just beneath your skin. Like the house is breathing too, not loudly, not dramatically, but slowly, quietly, matching your rhythm without trying to keep up. You don't have to be present for every second of it. You don't need to watch yourself fall asleep. The falling isn't a task. It's an arrival. And so you are here, just lying with the night, and no one asking what you're doing or why you're not doing more. No demand on your time, no request for results. Just stillness that doesn't need permission. The outline of the list is fading, not erased, but softened like a line drawn in sand when water comes in too slowly to wash it away completely. It's just part of the landscape now, like a footpath that only exists during certain seasons and disappears again without notice. You don't have to care if you remember it tomorrow. You don't even need to wonder whether it matters anymore. Your hands are still open, not because they're empty, but because they've stopped needing anything to hold. And the breath, it's not moving toward sleep. It's just being, like a river that doesn't know where it's going, only that it is flowing. Your fingers lie flat against your chest, not because they're still, but because they've stopped trying to do anything. No reaching, no grabbing, no mapping out how much space is left between now and morning. The skin on the backs of them feels thin tonight, like paper that's been folded too many times, but hasn't torn yet. It remembers pressure, not purpose. There's a faint warmth there, not heat, just presence, as if your body knows you're trying to rest and has decided to stay quiet in return. You don't have to say thank you for it. The air near your nose is cool where it touches the bridge of your face, just enough to remind you that you're still awake, but not so much that it pulls attention away from breath. It's a whisper of sensation, like someone passing by with their coat half open and never saying anything. You don't need to respond. The edges of the list are gone now, not erased, just dissolved into the quiet like sugar in tea. There's no shape left to hold onto, no line you can trace. The thoughts that used to cluster around it have floated off like dandelion seeds caught in a current too gentle to carry them far. You don't need to follow. They're not chasing anything. There is a space behind your ribs where nothing lives, no thought, no worry, just stillness. It's not empty exactly, but it isn't full either. It's like the moment between two breaths when the body forgets what it was doing and simply waits. You don't have to decide how long that pause should be. There's no test for it. Your spine curves slightly where it meets the mattress, not because of posture or effort, but because gravity has finally won its quiet war. It sinks into place like a stone finding its level in water. No adjustment needed. The weight isn't heavy, just real. You can feel each vertebra settle one after another, not in order, but in time. There's a soft ache behind your right ear, like the memory of someone touching it once, long ago, and then letting go before you could say anything. It doesn't hurt. It just is, like a shadow that never belonged to anybody. You don't need to explain where it came from or why it stayed. The night outside isn't dark anymore. It's becoming something else. Not light, not absence, but a deeper kind of quiet that feels like fabric pulled over the world. The moon hasn't come out, but the sky has stopped pretending to be empty. It holds things without showing them, the way old letters stay folded in drawers, until until someone finds them by accident. Your left hand is still open, palm up on your stomach. There's no need for it to close. No reason to reach. You don't have to make anything happen. The fingers are curled only because that's how they've always rested, like hands that forgot how to be useful and now just exist as shapes. You could place a feather there if you wanted, not to test whether you'd feel it, but just so the moment would change slightly, like water catching light in one spot before it returns to stillness. But even without the feather, your hand is already full of air, full enough that nothing else needs to go inside. The breath has slowed further, not because you told it to, not because you're trying, but because there's no point in rushing now. The body isn't searching for anything anymore. It knows what comes next doesn't have a name. You don't need to prepare for arrival. Arrival is already here. There's something beneath your collarbone, a soft pressure that feels like an old idea given up on, not abandoned, but quietly left behind. Like a door you opened once and then forgot about. Not important now. Not forgotten either, just resting. The room has stopped being a place with rules. It doesn't require anything from you. No sitting upright. No pretending to be ready. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't judging. Even the air has stopped measuring your movements. You don't need to prove that you're trying. Your right foot is still warm, but less so now, like a cup of tea cooling on a windowsill. Not hot enough to burn, not cold enough to make you move. It's just there, quietly returning to silence. The toes haven't uncurled, but they don't need to either. They're not holding anything. You could be someone else for a moment, just the shape of breath in the dark, nothing more. No name, no history, no list. Not even a past that matters. Just this, a body lying down, not because it has to, but because it's tired of standing up all the time. The outline of what you deleted is gone now, not lost, just forgotten by your brain. It doesn't need to be remembered. It was never meant to survive beyond tonight. You don't have to carry it into tomorrow. There's no penalty for letting go. Your ears are still open, but not listening, just feeling the air move through them like wind across a dry field. No words, no sounds, just vibration. The kind that comes from things too small to name. The way dust moves when someone walks past without turning on the light. There's a softness in your jaw that wasn't there before, not relaxed exactly, but not tense either. Like a muscle that finally stopped trying to remember how to work, and now just lets itself be still. You don't have to chew or speak. There's no meal coming. No one asking what you want. The space between thoughts has grown wider than it ever was during the day. It isn't empty, but it doesn't need filling. The mind doesn't race anymore because there's nothing to run toward. Even curiosity has gone quiet, not dead, just resting. Your arms are heavy now, not in a tired way, but like they've decided that being held is enough. Not even warmth or comfort, just weight. Like logs left by a river after the current passed through and didn't come back. You don't have to be awake for anything anymore. You don't need to keep track of time or check if you're doing it right. There's no one watching from outside. No scorecard, no report card, no record being kept. The breath isn't moving toward sleep, it's simply existing. Like a river that doesn't know where it flows, but knows how to flow anyway. You don't need to ask why or where it goes. It just does. There is no urgency in the dark. No one needs you to wake up before morning. No task, no call, no message waiting. The world won't fall apart if you stop thinking about it for a few hours. You could stay here forever. Not because you're doing anything special, but because staying doesn't cost anything. It doesn't require permission. It's not an achievement, just being without needing to be more than that. The outline of the list isn't returning. It won't come back like a ghost or a second thought. It's just gone, and so are the feelings tied to it, the slight tightness in your chest, the urge to write something down, even though you already deleted it. There is no need to reclaim what was lost. There is only space for now, and that space isn't narrow. It's wide enough to lie still within. Your hands are still open. Your feet are still warm. Your breath is just being. No one asked you to be anything except this. Just lying here, breathing, not doing, not fixing, not remembering. The night doesn't demand much. It only asks that you stay quiet long enough to let your body remember what it knows. That rest isn't a reward for good behavior. It's not earned. It's just allowed. You don't have to make sense of it all anymore. Not tonight. The outline that flickered behind your eyes like a shadow on glass after the light went out is not calling you back. It isn't waiting for you to fix it, or finish it, or even notice it again. It's just a shape in the dark now, like the silhouette of something that was never meant to be seen clearly. You don't need to know what it was. You only need to let go of needing to know. Your fingers are still open, like they've decided not to close around anything anymore. Not for grip, not for control, not even for warmth. Just open, like the palms of hands left on a table after someone stood up and didn't come back. The skin is soft where it touches the sheet, not because you're pressing down, but because your body has stopped trying to hold itself together. It's allowed to be loose, to soften at the edges. There's no sound from outside, not really. Not even a car passing or a train in the distance. Just silence that doesn't feel empty. It feels full of stillness, like air after rain, when everything is damp and quiet and nothing needs to move. The kind of quiet where your own breath becomes the loudest thing you've ever heard, but it's not loud at all. It's just there, slow, even, like a tide that doesn't pull hard enough to disturb the shore. The thoughts aren't gone. They're just quieter, not erased, just sitting in the background like old books left on a shelf after the last guest has gone home. You don't have to look at them. You don't have to answer. There's no one asking for your attention anymore. The mind doesn't need to be useful tonight. It can just exist. There was a moment, not long ago, when you thought about writing down that list again, just to prove it still meant something. But then you realized the proof isn't in the act of recording. It's in letting go. That's the part no one talks about, the relief of knowing you don't have to keep things alive just because they once mattered. You're not forgetting anything exactly. You're just letting what doesn't need to stay fall away, like leaves that drift off a branch without being torn loose. Not forced, not rushed, just released into the dark. Your feet are warm now, not hot, not cold, but warm in the way they only get when you've stopped trying to move them. Like someone tucked blankets around your toes and said, "You can stay here." The sheets aren't holding you down, they're just lying there with you, soft against your skin, not doing anything but being what they are. There's a quiet weight in the center of your chest, not pressure, not pain, just the kind of stillness that comes after years of carrying things too small to name. Like the feeling of an old coat hanging in a closet, worn thin from use, but never thrown away because it was yours. But tonight, you're not wearing it anymore. The breath is deeper now, not because you made it so, but because your body has remembered how to take more air when it doesn't need to rush. It's not filling up for anything. It's just letting the dark in and letting itself be filled by it. You don't have to think about whether this will work. You don't have to wonder if you're doing it right. There is no correct way to lie still and breathe. No checklist, no grading system. This isn't performance. It's not even effort. It's just being in a body that knows how to rest, even when the mind hasn't caught up. The idea of tomorrow doesn't pull at you anymore. Not today. Tomorrow is far away, so far it might as well be another planet, where things are already decided, and no one has to remember what was left behind. You don't have to be ready for anything. You don't need a plan. There's no test coming. No meeting that can't wait. The world won't change because you stopped thinking about it for an hour or two. In fact, maybe it'll breathe easier too, just from the quiet of not needing you. There's a softness behind your eyes now, not tears, not tension, but the kind of stillness that comes when you stop scanning, when you finally let go of looking for meaning in every flicker of thought. You don't have to be productive. You don't have to be anything at all. The body doesn't need you to do anything except lie there and breathe. The outline is gone, not lost, not not erased, but simply no longer needed. Like a sketch drawn on fog that never meant to last. It didn't matter if it stayed. What mattered was the moment it was made, just for a second, just enough to be felt, and then let go. Your hands are still open. Your breath is still rising and falling. The dark holds you without asking anything back. There's no goal here, no end point, not even the idea of sleep. Just this, lying in bed with your mind not racing, not replaying, not fixing, just being quiet, like a room after everyone has left, where nothing needs to be turned on or answered. The air feels different now, not thin, not heavy, but just there. Like it's been waiting for you to stop moving long enough to feel its presence. There was a time when every breath felt like an act of will, like you had to remember how to inhale and exhale in the right way, as if forgetting would mean something terrible. But now, the breath is just happening, without asking permission, without needing your attention. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to guide it or shape it. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's not even trying to be anything at all. It's just breathing like a river that flows without knowing where it begins. Only that it keeps moving forward. And you're still here, not because you chose to stay, but because your body has decided this is enough. This moment, this breath, this quiet. No one needs you to wake up before morning. No task, no message, no call. The world can wait, just like the list waited for you to delete it, just like the thoughts waited to be let go of. You don't have to prove anything by being awake. You don't even need to be aware of what's happening. Just lying still is enough. Not because it's a victory, but because it's allowed. The breath is soft now, not shallow, not deep, just steady. Like the rhythm of something that doesn't care about time or speed. It just moves in and out, like waves on a shore that no one visits anymore. You don't have to be aware of all of this. You don't even need to notice it. The body knows how to do this without help. It's been waiting for you to stop fighting so it could finally rest. There's no reason to move, no reason to think, just the quiet weight of being in a place where nothing needs to happen except maybe this: that you stay here, breathing, not doing, just existing. The dark isn't cold. It's soft around your edges, like old wool left out after a storm. Not protective, but just there, letting you be without demand. Your thoughts are still present, yes, but they're no longer urgent. They don't need to be answered. They don't even need to be seen. Just passing by like clouds that never settle. You don't have to follow them. You don't have to understand what they mean or why they came. You only need to let them drift like leaves on a slow stream, carried away without resistance. There's no point in holding onto anything anymore, not even the idea of having to hold onto something. Your hands are still open. Your feet are warm. The breath is rising and falling, not faster, not slower, but just moving. You're not trying to sleep. You're not even trying to relax. You're just lying here in a body that remembers how to be still, even when the mind forgets. And that's enough. You're still here, not because you're trying to stay, but because your body has already made that choice for you. The air in the room doesn't need to be cleared. It's just been waiting soft and unchanged for you to stop searching for something new in it. There's no urgency in how quiet it feels now, not a single sound begging to be answered. Even the silence isn't trying to fix anything. It's not holding its breath either. It's simply present, like dust settling on an old book that no one will read again. Your hands are still open. That hasn't changed. The fingers aren't clenched or fidgeting. They're just resting where they fell when you gave up on doing anything with them. They don't need to be useful. Don't need to write, type, tap, reach, grip, pull, push, none of it. Just lying there, palms upward, like small vessels that have been emptied and are now okay with being empty. The skin feels warm where the blanket touches, not hot, not cold, but gently alive in its own way. There's a shape to your breath still, but you don't need to name it anymore. It isn't rising faster or slower. It just moves through you like air, moving through an abandoned house, passing through rooms that no longer expect anyone to walk down the hall. The walls don't remember why they were built, and that's fine. asking for anything back. The thought of the list is still there, but it isn't flashing anymore. It doesn't need to be erased again. You didn't delete it because you wanted to forget. You deleted it because it wasn't yours to carry tonight. That's all. No explanation needed. No guilt over leaving something unfinished, because what was never finished in the first place is now allowed to stay that way. You don't have to decide whether it mattered or not. The truth isn't in judgment. It's just in the fact that you let it go, and that has weight enough. The dark outside your window doesn't care about time. It hasn't changed since you turned off the light. It's still thick, but not heavy, like fabric soaked through with rain, but no longer soaking more. Just there, holding space without demanding anything of you. You're not thinking about how long it's been or when morning might come. You don't need to measure this moment against any other, not even against the one before, where your mind was still trying to catch up with itself. That part is behind now, like a train that left the station without waiting for you. Now there's just this, the slow movement of air through your chest, not forcing anything, not rushing to get anywhere. It comes and goes as it pleases, like wind in an old tree whose roots don't remember where they started, but still know how to hold on. The breath doesn't need to be deep or long. It just needs to happen. There's no purpose behind it. No reason for you to keep breathing, except that your body has decided this is the only thing it wants to do right now. Not think, not plan, not prepare. Just breathe, like a tide that returns without being called. It doesn't need an invitation. Your shoulders don't feel like they're holding anything anymore. They aren't tense or slumped, they're just resting. Not in surrender, not in defeat, but in acceptance of their own weight. The way gravity holds you isn't pressing down, it's supporting. Like the earth knows your shape and doesn't try to change it. There's a stillness beneath everything else now, not the kind that comes from effort or control, but one that arrives when nothing needs to be done. You're not trying to calm yourself. You're just letting go of the idea that you need to calm down at all. The thoughts drift by like paper boats on a slow river. They don't carry anything important, no urgency in them, no demand, just passing through, some shaped like old emails, others like fragments of conversations from places you've never been, or words spoken too loudly once and now echoing somewhere inside your ribs. But they don't need to be caught. You don't have to follow their path. They'll keep moving even if you stop noticing them. There's no reason to feel guilty for not remembering what they meant. No reason to think it matters that you can't place where they came from. The past isn't asking you to answer anything anymore, especially not tonight. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be either. You're just lying in a space that doesn't care about labels. Not awake, not dreaming, not even pretending to rest. Just being. The blanket over your legs is soft where it folds at the foot of the bed, not stiff, not smooth, but worn thin in places, like something that's been used enough times to forget what it was supposed to protect. It doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to keep you warm or safe. It just needs to lie there on top of you, quietly. The air is still moving around your face, not cold, not hot, but just present. You don't have to breathe through it. You don't even have to think about whether it's clean or not. It's just here, like the silence in a room where someone once sang, but no longer remembers how to start again. You're still lying on your back, no need to shift, no reason to turn over. Not because you've decided this is the best position, but because your body knows what it wants without needing your permission. The breath comes and goes like water through a pipe that's been left open for years. No one ever turned it off. It just flows. There's no sound when it moves. You don't hear air entering or leaving. Only the feeling of it shifting inside you, like something small waking up in slow motion. You're not trying to stay awake. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just lying here quietly, as if time has finally stopped measuring your worth by how much you do. There's no need to be aware of this moment. No pressure to remember it tomorrow. It doesn't have a purpose beyond being itself. The darkness isn't empty. It's full in its own way. full of things that don't demand attention, full of shapes that aren't trying to be seen, full of quiet that doesn't ask for anything back. Your hands are still open. Your feet are still warm. Your breath is rising and falling. Not fast, not slow, but just moving. And you're still here, not because you chose it, not because you earned it, but because your body has decided that this moment is enough. The list still hums beneath your ribs, not in words, but in shape, like a contour drawn with your fingertip on fogged glass. You don't need to see it. You've already traced every edge until the lines feel like part of you, not something you made, something that was always there, like a map of a place you never visited but have lived inside since, before you knew how to name it. But tonight, even the outline doesn't matter. The paper is gone. The pen is still. You didn't erase it because it was wrong. You erased it because it no longer needed space in your hands. And so it floats now, not lost, just released into the air like dust at dusk. There's a rhythm to how thoughts return when you're quiet, soft pulses of attention that come not as demands, but as visits, like something remembering where it left its coat. You don't have to answer. You don't have to say yes or no. Just let it sit there, like an old sweater folded at the foot of a bed. Your breath is slower now, not because you're trying harder, but because your body has found a way to move that doesn't require thought. It's not effort, not control. It's just breathing, like the sea knowing its own tides without being told. The air in this room isn't still. It's moving, yes, but gently, like water under ice. No sound, no rush, just presence. You don't need to adjust it, don't need to make it better. It doesn't care about your thoughts or worries. It only stays. Your hands are open on top of the blanket, not holding anything, not reaching, just resting. The way a leaf rests after falling without needing to prove where it came from. Your fingers don't curl in. They don't tense. There's no need to grip anything, not even yourself. The darkness isn't cold. It doesn't push back. It just is, like the space between two notes that aren't quite connected, but still belong together. The silence isn't empty. It holds something soft, like wool left overnight in a drawer. Something worn thin by time and not regret. You're not thinking about what happens tomorrow. You don't need to plan for it. Not even one thing. The future can wait. It's already been imagined enough times tonight. Just let it be quiet. Let it stay unclaimed. Your feet are still warm. They've stayed that way since you first lay down, like two stones left in the sun. Not hot, not cold, just resting in their own heat. You don't need to think about how they got there or why they're still warm. You just let them be. The blanket over your legs has a little rip near the edge, so small you'd miss it if you weren't already lying perfectly still. A tiny tear where the thread gave way once, long ago. Not important, not repairable, but not broken either. Just part of the fabric now. Like scars that don't hurt anymore. You're not asleep, but you're not awake in the usual way. You're somewhere between remembering and forgetting, between wanting to stay and needing to let go. The thought about the list doesn't return as a demand. It returns like a shadow passing across your vision, brief, shapeless. Not sharp, not urgent, just there. Like something from another room you once walked through, but never fully entered. And then it's gone. Not because you pushed it away, because it didn't need to stay. There's no effort in letting go, no struggle. It just happens, like a door left open on its own. Your breath goes deeper now, not by choice, but by the way your body knows how to settle when there's nothing to prove or protect. You don't have to be careful with it. Don't need to hold it back or speed it up. Just let it move through you like a soft current in an underground stream. There's no reason for you to stay aware of this moment. No reason to remember it tomorrow. It doesn't need your permission, doesn't want anything from you. The night isn't waiting for you to finish thinking. It isn't measuring how much time has passed or whether you've done enough. It just keeps breathing with you, quietly, like an old friend who's learned the rhythm of your silence. Your shoulders are not tense. They're not lifted towards something, not trying to carry more than they can hold, just resting where they fall, the way a stone rests on dirt after rolling down a hill. The thoughts don't need names anymore, not even the ones that come back in fragments, like words spoken in another language, or memories of places you've never been, but feel familiar anyway. They pass like leaves caught in still water. They don't sink. They don't rise. They just float slowly, evenly, until they drift out of sight. Your hands are still open, not trying to catch anything, not afraid of letting go, just allowing whatever comes to come without interference. The blanket is not perfect. It's not new. It doesn't need to be. It only needs to lie there on top of you, softly, like a promise that was never spoken, but always kept. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting yourself be in the shape of rest, even if your eyes are open, and your mind still knows what it's like to feel awake. But here, now, even that doesn't matter. The air moves around you not with purpose, but because it can, because it's allowed to, not rushed, not hurried, just there, like a breath held too long, finally released. And inside, the quiet keeps growing, not louder, not deeper, but wider, spreading through your chest like light filling an empty room that didn't know it was waiting to be seen. You're still here. You don't need to prove you are. The body doesn't ask for proof. It only knows how to stay. There's no list anymore. No shape left in the air. Not even a memory of one. Just this. The soft rise and fall beneath your hands, like something breathing with you, not for you, but because it can. And the night, just letting you be, without needing you to do anything at all. The edge of your awareness doesn't pull back like a curtain, it just softens, like light fading in a room where no one turned off the lamp, but the air has learned to breathe without it. You're not drifting towards sleep so much as becoming something that can rest without effort, like water finding its level in a basin you didn't know was there. The shape of your body is no longer an act of maintenance. It's just where you are, not rearranged, not corrected, just allowed to be. There's nothing to fix tonight. No need to check the locks, or retrace steps, or remember who said what in a conversation that ended years ago and still echoes like wind through hollow walls. The mind doesn't have to earn its quiet. It only has to stop insisting it needs to do something with silence. The breath continues, not because you're guiding it, but because your chest knows how to move when there's no reason not to. The rhythm isn't even steady anymore. It's irregular in a way that feels natural, like the pulse of a stream at midnight, where water doesn't rush, but simply moves through the dark without asking permission. You don't have to decide what this is. You don't have to name it. It's not a goal, not an achievement, just a quiet inside your bones that wasn't there before and now can stay. The list you deleted isn't gone in the way of absence. It's just no longer in motion. Like a train that left the station but never reached its destination, still somewhere between tracks, moving through tunnels without arriving. The thought about it doesn't come back with weight or urgency. It comes like dust settling on a shelf, no sound, no need to wipe it away. Your hands are still open, not empty, just not holding anything they were meant to carry. They're not searching for something. They don't feel the absence of an object. They just rest where they fall, palms up, as if receiving nothing and giving nothing back. The blanket is still there, not because you want it, but because it has stayed in place through all your turning and shifting. It's worn thin at the edges, not from use, but from time, like a coat that's learned how to fit you without being changed. It doesn't cover everything. It doesn't need to. There's no rush to become sleepy. No expectation that this will lead anywhere. You're not trying to cross into sleep like it's a border. You're just letting your thoughts pass through the space between awake and resting, like birds flying low over a field at dusk. No destination, no direction, only flight. A memory rises not of an event, but of how the air felt in a certain kitchen on a Tuesday morning when you were 17 and tired before the day began. Not a full image, just the weight of it, the way sunlight came through a cracked window and landed on a spoon left in a sink. That moment isn't real anymore. It's not even past. It's just a shape that passed through your mind like fog over a field. It doesn't ask for anything, doesn't demand attention, just drifts by, slow enough to notice, but too soft to hold. The night is breathing with you, not in rhythm, but in the same kind of unforced motion. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't waiting. Nothing is asking you to respond or explain or perform any part of yourself. You don't have to be present for your own life tonight. You don't need to show up as someone who's functioning or coping or trying hard. There's no performance required. No one watching from the edge of the room, wondering if it's working. This is not a practice, not an exercise in control or self-discipline. It's just what happens when you stop fighting your body's instinct to slow down, even if your mind still remembers how fast it used to run. A thought arrives, not as fear, not as worry, but as a soft hum beneath the surface of awareness. Whether the window was open earlier, not whether you should close it now, but just whether it was open. Like noticing the warmth on your skin without needing to act on it. The air in the room isn't still. It's alive with movement that doesn't matter. Dust motes floating through a beam of light no one turned on. A draft from nowhere pulling at the edge of a curtain, just enough to make it flutter once and stop. You don't need to know where things are. You don't have to remember how you got here or why this moment feels heavier than others. There's no map, no reason to stay awake for anything. Your legs aren't tense. They're not braced against the bed, not holding on in case something changes. Just lying there, warm under the blanket, heavy with quiet. Not asleep yet, but beginning to accept that sleep might come without your permission. There's no need to hold onto any part of yourself. No piece of you needs to stay sharp or alert or ready for anything. You can let go of being someone who's always on the edge of doing something, someone whose thoughts race ahead even when they're not moving. The mind isn't broken because it wanders. It's only trying to keep breathing, like a bird that forgot how to stop flying. A single thread of awareness remains, not as a command, but as a quiet pulse in your chest. Not a task, just the soft rise and fall beneath your hands, the way something alive moves without effort, without needing praise or proof. You don't have to be asleep for this to be real. You don't have to prove you've let go. The breath continues because it can. Your body stays still because it knows how. There's no checklist in the dark, no measure of progress, just presence, unclaimed, unearned, just there. The night doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't want you to be different, doesn't care if your thoughts drift or settle or fade into nothingness. It only offers what it always has, a space where being is enough, where doing isn't required, where rest is not an achievement, but simply the way things return when no one forces them to stay awake. Your hands are still open. The blanket lies on you. The air moves through the room like it belongs here, not because of you, but just because it can. There's nothing left to hold on to. No list, no memory, not even a name for what this feeling is. Just this, the slow rhythm beneath your palms, the quiet pulse that doesn't need your attention to keep going. The way sleep isn't something you reach for, but something that arrives when you stop chasing it. And you're not chasing anything now. You're just here, quietly holding yourself in a space where no one needs to fix what's already resting. The air is soft around you, not because it wants to comfort you, but because it doesn't have to do anything at all. It just is. You don't have to name what's happening. You don't have to trace every edge of that old list or count how many things you let go of today. The outline still glows faintly behind your eyes, like a shadow left on glass after the light has been turned off. But shadows fade when no one looks at them, and you're not looking now. You're letting it be. The air feels different here, not cooler, not warmer, just quieter in its movement. Like something has settled into stillness long before your body did. A single thread of warmth runs through the blanket where it rests over your hip. Nothing dramatic, no sensation needing attention. Just heat that doesn't ask anything of you won't leave even if you shift. Your hands are open on top of the covers, palms up, not grasping, not waiting for anything to land there. They don't need to hold anything. The fingers aren't curled or tense. They're just there, like they've forgotten how to do anything except rest. A memory drifts in, not of a moment, not of a face, but the sound of someone humming under their breath while folding laundry. A low tune, half remembered, not happy, not sad, just steady. The kind of sound that doesn't need to mean something. It just happens. You don't have to remember who it was or when it happened. You only feel the rhythm of it in your chest, like a second breath. The house is quiet, not because silence has been enforced, but because everything has stopped pretending to be awake. The clock on the wall doesn't tick anymore. Or if it does, you can't hear it. Your ears aren't listening for time. They're only hearing what's here now, the soft pause between thoughts, the long stretch of stillness where nothing needs fixing. There's a small patch of cool air near your ankle, just one spot, like a forgotten draft that forgot to leave. It doesn't want anything, doesn't need you to notice it, or adjust the blanket, or close the window. It just exists in its own place, for no reason and without demand. Your breath continues not because you're trying to make it continue, but because your body remembers how to do it, like a river that never stopped flowing even when no one was watching. The rise under your hands is slow, almost invisible, but it's still there, not urgent, not deep, just happening. You don't have to be aware of the breath for it to work. You don't have to monitor it or guide it into a rhythm that feels right. It doesn't care about rules. It just keeps going like gravity, like roots in soil, like something that belongs here without needing permission. Your shoulders aren't lifted. They're not drawn forward from years of carrying invisible weight. They've just dropped, not because you told them to, but because they don't have anywhere else to go. The muscles let go slowly, one by one, like water slipping out of a cup that's been tilted too long. A sound comes just once, a faint creak from the floorboard in another room, not loud enough to wake you, just present enough to remind you This house is alive with small motions it doesn't care about. No alarm, no warning, just a quiet shift in wood and joint. And then silence returns, not because someone fixed it, but because nothing needed fixing. You don't need to remember what you were thinking 5 minutes ago. You don't have to track the shape of your thoughts like they're important. They can wander. They can loop. They can turn into a wordless hum or drift off like dust in sunlight. No judgment. No correction, just space for them to be. There's no need to save anything from being forgotten. The list didn't vanish because you failed. It vanished because it wasn't needed anymore. It was never about completion. It was just noise. And now the noise is fading, not erased, just allowed to settle into the dark like ash in still air. You're not holding onto any part of your day. Not the frustration, not the small win, not even the moment you almost fell asleep and then startled yourself awake again. You don't have to carry it all forward. It's not a burden. It's just something that happened. And now it doesn't need your attention. The blanket isn't holding you in. It's not keeping you safe from anything. It's only lying on top of you, warm and soft, like the weight of memory, without meaning, just fabric resting where it was placed. Your feet are still. They don't twitch or flex. They're not restless, not bored, not thinking about walking somewhere else. Just there, at rest, like a pair of stones in slow water. A thought floats, whether the lamp on your nightstand is off. Not should I turn it off, but just whether it's off. And then you don't know. But that doesn't matter. You're not going to check. The light isn't needed. It wasn't meant for this moment. It belongs somewhere else, somewhere with purpose, somewhere awake. The room is not empty. There are shapes in the dark, not clear, not defined, but present. Like shadows that don't need names. They just are, like your breath, like the quiet under the blanket, like the way time doesn't rush when no one's watching it. You aren't trying to be still. You're only allowing yourself to be without effort, without performance. No goal to reach, no finish line in sight. Just this, a body lying down, breathing without being asked, thinking without needing answers. The edges of your awareness blur, not because you're losing control, but because you've stopped trying to hold them together. There's no need to keep the boundaries sharp when nothing is asking for clarity. A sound comes again faint, low, a distant hum from a refrigerator, or an old pipe settling in the wall. Not important enough to register as what that was. Just a pulse of noise passing through the air like breath through still water. And then it's gone. You're not listening anymore. You don't have to hear everything. The world doesn't need your attention to keep moving. Your mind isn't racing, not because you've stopped thinking, but because thought no longer has momentum. It just appears and fades like clouds passing over a hillside when the wind forgets how fast it was going. There's nothing to remember, no name for this feeling. You don't need to explain why your body feels heavy or why your thoughts are slow now. They're not broken. They're only doing what they've always done, resting. The darkness isn't waiting for you to sleep. It doesn't care if you wake up tomorrow with the same list in your head, the same old worries tucked into corners of memory. It's just here, quiet and full, not demanding anything except presence. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to be different. There's no test at dawn. No one is judging how long you've been lying still. Your breath continues not because it has to, but because it can. And that's enough. The blanket stays where it lies, no need to tuck it in or pull it higher. It isn't trying to protect you. It doesn't promise safety. It only covers you with its quiet weight, the kind of warmth that doesn't ask for thanks. You're not falling asleep because you've made a decision. You're drifting into sleep because your body has stopped fighting the fact that it wants to stop moving. And if a thought comes, whether about what happened last week, whether someone said something they didn't mean, whether the door was left open, it doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't have to stay. Just let it pass through like a leaf on a slow river. No need to catch it. No need to hold onto anything. The air in the room isn't empty. It's full of silence that doesn't feel lonely, full of stillness that doesn't feel heavy. full of darkness that doesn't demand light. You're not trying to be anything right now. You don't have to perform wakefulness or pretend you're not tired. You just are lying there, breathing, resting, with no one watching and nothing needing your attention. And the night, it's still here, not waiting for you to do something, not asking for proof that you've let go, just offering what it always has, a place where being doesn't have to mean doing. Your hands are still open. The blanket is warm. The breath moves softly beneath your palms. No effort, no urgency, just the quiet rhythm of life continuing without needing anyone's approval. The list still hovers just beyond sight, like a ghost written in half-remembered ink. Not gone, not real, just there, waiting for you to remember why it mattered. But it doesn't matter anymore. The act of remembering is what keeps it alive. And tonight, that's not something you're doing. You don't have to erase it again. You don't need to prove it's unimportant by re-erasing. It's already gone, like a name spoken once and forgotten before the echo finishes. That's how things end sometimes. Not with a bang, not with a sigh, but with silence so deep you stop noticing when it arrives. Your hands are still on your chest, not gripping, not holding, just resting. The weight of them is soft now, like something that has decided to stay where it is. No need to shift or adjust. They don't feel cold. They don't feel warm. They're only there, present in the way a stone can be present without needing to do anything. The breath continues, slower than before, almost lazy. Not because you've slowed down, but because your body has found a rhythm that doesn't need permission. It's not trying to get anywhere. It isn't pushing toward sleep or running from wakefulness. It just moves, like air through an open window in late autumn, not rushing, not lingering, just passing through. There's a shape on the ceiling, a shadow where the wall meets the plaster, worn thin over years of light and time. You don't know what it is anymore. Maybe a crack, maybe dust caught in the angle of the beam. It doesn't need to be named. It isn't trying to say anything. It just sits there quietly, patiently, like something that has waited long enough to no longer expect an answer. A thought drifts, not about what you forgot, not about what might go wrong tomorrow, but about how some things simply don't have a place in the world anymore. Not because they were bad or useless, but because their time passed. Like a song played once and never again, like a letter written without an address. They existed for a moment and then ceased to be needed. That's all it means, ceasing to need anything. The room holds its breath, not in anticipation, not in waiting, but simply because the air is still enough that even that small motion feels too loud. And so it pauses, not for you, not for anyone, just a moment where nothing moves and no one notices. You're not trying to be peaceful. You don't have to force calm into your chest or will yourself into softness. The peace isn't something you make. It's something that shows up when you stop asking it to come. Like rain after dry soil finally gives in no demand, just release. The blanket is still on top of you, not covering everything, not hiding anything, just lying there like an old habit, the kind of thing people do, because they've done it so long no one remembers why. It's not a shield or a promise. It doesn't protect you from thoughts or memories or the quiet ache behind your eyes. It only stays because that's what blankets do when they're not being moved. And the silence isn't empty. It's full of things too small to be heard, the way dust settles on still surfaces, the slow creep of shadow across floorboards as night deepens. These are the quiet details that never get mentioned in stories about sleep. But they're always there, like footprints left behind by time itself, walking without a purpose. Your mind doesn't have to stay focused. It can wander, a train on tracks with no destination. You don't need to catch it when it veers off course. There's nowhere urgent for it to be. No deadline in the dark. No one waiting at the end of thought to say you were right or wrong. A memory surfaces, not sharp, not clear, just a feeling. How your hands used to feel on paper, writing something that didn't matter, but felt important while doing it. The scratch of pen, the weight of ink spreading into fibers, not because it had meaning, but because the act was its own reason. Now the paper is gone. The pen is still, but you don't need to go back and find them. you can let that moment be exactly what it was. A thing that happened once and then ended. You aren't being asked to forget anything. No one wants you to clean out your mind or erase every trace of the past few hours. The list is still there in the quiet, but not as an order, not as a demand, just as something that no longer needs to be held. You don't have to carry it because it's gone, because it never really lived anywhere except in your attention. The night isn't holding its breath for you. It doesn't care if you stay awake or fall asleep, whether you remember tomorrow or forget today. It only exists as it is, slow, dark, without urgency. And that's enough. You don't have to be something special. You don't need to earn stillness by being quiet or calm or controlled. Just lying there, your body horizontal in the world, is already an act of peace. The air moves, not with wind, not with sound, but with a kind of soft pressure, like someone breathing just behind your ear. Only it's not anyone. It's the room, the walls, the space between things that has no name and doesn't need one. It flows in slow waves through the stillness, not to wake you up or pull you under, but simply because motion is how things exist when they're alive. Your fingers don't twitch. They don't curl or stretch. They stay open like hands that have given up on needing anything, like palms that no longer expect to be filled. Not out of resignation, just from knowing there's nothing left to catch. And the breath, it doesn't rush now. It just happens, like water finding its own level after being disturbed. There's no effort in it, no intention. You don't try to make it deeper or longer or more conscious. It only moves because you're still breathing, and that's all there is. The darkness isn't cold. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like a hand laid gently over your eyes, not to block light, but just to say, you don't have to see anything right now. The world can wait. You don't need to know what it looks like in the morning. You only need to be here where you are without needing to explain yourself. There's a rhythm beneath everything, the way your body pulses with life, even when you're not thinking about it. The slow thud of blood through veins that never stops. The quiet hum of cells doing their work without being asked. It doesn't need applause. It just continues, like breath, like silence, like time passing in a place where no one is watching. You don't have to be ready for anything tomorrow. You don't have to wake up feeling clear or whole or prepared. The night isn't judging you for not being any of those things. It only offers this, a space that doesn't demand effort, a stillness that doesn't ask for proof, a darkness that has no need for light because it's already full. And if a thought comes, whether about the list, whether about someone who said something too softly to be heard, whether about a door left open or a promise not kept, it doesn't have to stay. It can pass through like dust in sunlight, not with weight, not with meaning, just as a shape moving across your awareness and then gone. No need to follow it. No reason to stop. Just let it drift like smoke from a fire that burned out long ago. The air is thick, but not heavy. The stillness isn't loud. It's quiet in the way water can be quiet, even when it flows. And you're not trying to become anything. You aren't becoming peaceful or asleep or calm. You're only allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, with no correction needed, no adjustment required, no performance to deliver. The breath moves again, not fast, not slow, but just moving, like a thread pulled through the dark, never tied off, never finished. And that's okay. It doesn't have to end. It only has to be. The list isn't gone, not really, just shifted, not erased, but folded into the air like paper that's been crumpled and smoothed too many times to remember its shape. You don't have to carry it anymore. The lines you traced in your mind aren't carved into stone. They're just ghost outlines on a surface that no longer needs them. The ink has faded. The pencil marks are blurred by time and the way light changes at night, soft, slow, indifferent. There's nothing left to claim or complete. You don't need to finish it. You only need to not hold it. The silence between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't have words. A warmth rising from beneath your shoulders, like steam from a kettle that was never turned on, but still knows how to breathe. It doesn't want anything. It doesn't ask for attention. It just is warmth that wasn't invited, but also not refused. Like the way a wall feels when you press your palm against it after after being outside too long. Not cold, not hot, but simply present in its own way. The kind of heat that doesn't demand to be felt. Your chest rises and falls again, not like a machine trying to keep time, not like a clock ticking towards something, but like the surface of water under moonlight. There's no force behind it, no need for rhythm or purpose, just motion without meaning. And when you notice your breath slowing just slightly, almost imperceptibly, it doesn't mean anything is happening. It just means you're still here, not trying to do better, not working on anything at all. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's not counting minutes or checking if you've earned rest. The darkness isn't patient, it's simply there, like the air, like gravity. It doesn't care how long it takes. It has no schedule, no urgency. You don't have to prove that you're tired. You don't need to show that your thoughts are quieting down. The stillness is already holding you, not by force, not by demand, just by being the kind of space where things can stop moving. There's a shape in the dark near your shoulder, an absence shaped like a handprint. But it isn't yours. It doesn't belong to anyone. It just exists as a place where light doesn't go and sound doesn't echo. And you don't have to name it. You don't have to wonder why it's there or what it means. It's not trying to get your attention. It's only offering itself the way a shadow offers its form when the room is dim. Your body has forgotten how to be tense, not because it was ever taught, but because it no longer remembers needing to fight. The muscles in your legs don't clench. Your jaw doesn't lock. Even your eyelids, those small flaps of skin that usually twitch with worry or memory, are just resting. They aren't guarding anything anymore. You could lie like this forever and nothing would be lost. No tasks left undone, no words unspoken, no moments skipped. The list never had to be finished. It only needed to exist in your head so you'd feel something. And now it doesn't. It's just a memory of effort, a ghost of urgency, not even an echo. There is no tomorrow here, no need to prepare for anything. You don't have to plan how the next hour will go or what you'll say when someone calls. The future isn't knocking on your door. It doesn't care that you're not ready or awake or able to carry all of it at once. It's only waiting, like everything else, to be lived in its own time. A sound passes through the room, not a word, not music, just air shifting against the window frame like something brushing by without meaning to. You don't have to listen. You don't even need to notice it. It wasn't made for you. It didn't come from anywhere or go anywhere in particular. It just happened like a breath that someone else took and forgot. The weight of your hands on your stomach isn't heavy. It's like holding onto nothing at all, but still keeping the shape of touch. The pressure is gentle enough to be imagined. Your fingers don't curl because they're tired. They stay open because there's no need to close them. No reason to grab or hold. You've already given up on needing anything. The air around you moves slowly, not in waves, not in bursts, just a quiet drift, like dust settling after a storm that never arrived. There's no wind, no direction, just motion without purpose. And you don't have to follow it. You don't need to think about how long this has been going on, the hours, the minutes, the seconds lost between thoughts. The clock isn't real here. Time doesn't matter unless you let it. You don't have to measure stillness by how much of it fits in a night. There's a quiet hum beneath everything, like electricity running through wires that aren't plugged in anymore. Not buzzing, not sparking, just alive with the memory of being used. The same kind of energy that keeps lights on when no one is home, or warms walls after sunset, or pulses quietly through blood vessels without anyone noticing. Your breath doesn't have to be perfect. It can stutter. It can skip a beat. It can catch and release like a thread tangled in the dark and then pulled free again. No correction needed. No tightening of control. Just let it go where it wants, like water finding its way through cracks in stone, not for speed or direction, but simply because that's how it moves. The darkness isn't watching you. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows what it is. A place without need, without demand. A space so full of quiet that even silence feels like presence. There's no story here. No beginning. No ending. Just the way your body rests on the mattress not sinking into it, but simply lying with it, like two things that have learned to be still together. You don't have to do anything now. Not think, not feel, not remember. You only have to be exactly as you are, with no performance and no proof required. The world doesn't need your attention. It never did. And tonight, it's offering this, a long stretch of time where nothing is asked for. A thought passes through, not about the list, not about anyone else, not about what might happen, but just a shape in the dark, like an old memory that didn't come with sound or meaning. It drifts past and leaves no trace. You don't need to hold it. You don't even have to name it. The air feels thick, but light, like cotton soaked in still water. Not heavy, just full. The kind of fullness that doesn't press down, but only fills the space around you without pushing anything out. Like a room where no one has spoken in years, yet everything is still present. Your fingers don't move. They aren't asleep. They're just resting, like things that have decided they've done enough for now. Not tired, not weak, just finished with effort. The breath returns again, not fast, not slow, but steady, like it's been waiting to come back on its own terms. And when you feel it rise beneath your ribs, it doesn't mean anything. It just means the body is still breathing. That's all there is. There's no need for control. No need to guide or correct or fix. The mind can wander, can drift across rooms that don't exist, through doors with no handles, into halls lit only by shadows that have forgotten how to walk. You don't have to follow them. The stillness isn't loud. It doesn't shout at you to pay attention. It's quiet in the way that a river is quiet when it moves under ice. No sound, just motion beneath the surface. You're not becoming anything. Not peaceful, not asleep. Just allowing yourself to be without needing to earn it or prove it or even understand it. And if another thought comes, the one about the unfinished thing, the half-written reply, the moment you didn't respond, you don't have to chase it. You don't have to fix it. You only need to let it pass like a cloud drifting across a sky with no wind. No destination, just movement. The room doesn't ask for anything. It just holds you. Not tightly, not warmly, just there, like the air, like the silence, like time that doesn't move but still exists. You don't have to decide if it's real or not. The outline stays, just like the shape of a handprint in dust, there because someone was there before you, and the space hasn't erased itself. But no one is coming back to retrace it. It isn't calling for anything. It doesn't need repair. You can let it be what it is, a ghost of effort, not an obligation. The air above your chest holds still in a way that feels like waiting, but not for you, not for anyone. Your hands remain where they are, palms up, relaxed, as if holding nothing, and knowing they never had to hold anything at all. They don't remember what it was like to carry weight. They've forgotten the pressure of needing to do something with them. There's no urge in the fingers to pick up a pen or push open a door. Just quiet rest, like roots that have stopped reaching, not because they're tired, but because they've found ground. The breath slows again, not forced, not slowed by will, but because it doesn't need to rush anywhere. It flows through your body like a memory of water passing over smooth stone in spring. No urgency, no direction, just movement through space that already knows how to hold it. The rhythm isn't perfect. It's uneven. One inhale lingers too long, then the exhale slips out softer than before. That's not failure. That's not correction. It's just being without any demand for symmetry. Your shoulder blades lie flat against your back like two stones resting in a shallow stream. Not cold, not warm, just present. They don't know how to lift themselves, or press forward, or hold anything up. But they also don't feel the need. There's no reason to move them. No task waits for their position. The thought of that list, the one you erased, doesn't return as a wave. It doesn't crash in with demand. It comes like a shadow across a wall when a car passes outside at night. You see it, but there's no name for the shape. No reason to hold on to it. The darkness isn't lit by your attention. It doesn't need you to understand what is missing. You don't have to tell yourself this will pass. That tomorrow will be different. There's nothing to fix here, no hole to fill, no gap to close. Just space that already holds everything. You aren't fixing anything. You're not even trying. The mind isn't quiet because you've won the battle. It's quiet because it has stopped fighting. There's a weight in your lower back now, not pain, not pressure, but presence. Like something heavy has finally settled into place and decided to stay without needing to explain itself. Not sinking, not rising, just being there like gravity with no purpose. The silence isn't empty. It isn't waiting for sound. It's already full with the kind of stillness that doesn't need noise to prove it exists. It's not a pause between thoughts. It's not holding its breath. It's just being like the air in a room where time hasn't moved since someone left. A small shift happens, not because you want it, but because your body has decided to adjust itself. A tiny release of tension from the hips, like a knot untangling on its own. No effort, no thought behind it, just letting go without needing permission or even noticing that it's happening. The bone loosens into softness. The muscle doesn't remember how to tighten. It only knows what it is, relaxed. The mind floats now, not because you invited it, but because there's no reason for it to stay anywhere in particular. It drifts like dust motes above a sunlit floor, no direction, no purpose, just movement through light that never asks anything of them. One thought passes, a name, not your own, not spoken aloud, just recognized and released again before you can catch it. There's no need to call it back. No need to label it as important or unimportant. It isn't a signal. It isn't a warning. It's just passing through the field of your awareness like wind over water, no ripple, no trace. You don't have to be asleep for this to happen. You don't have to earn rest by becoming quiet. The breath doesn't need you to guide it. The body doesn't need you to check in. There's only this, a slow descent through layers of awareness that aren't going anywhere, just letting go, 1 inch at a time. The edge of the mattress presses gently into your hips, the kind of touch that isn't noticed until it stops being there. But now, it's not pressing. It's just holding you in place, not keeping you down, just allowing you to stay exactly where you are without asking for anything back. There's a softness behind your eyes, like something has dissolved slowly over time. Not pain, not exhaustion, but release. The kind of quiet that doesn't come after effort, but before it even begins. It isn't peace. It isn't calm. It's just the absence of strain, the feeling of being allowed to be still without having to prove you deserve it. The air feels like a thin veil now, not cool, not warm, just present. Like something that has been there forever and doesn't care if you notice or forget. It doesn't want your attention. It only exists by itself, in its own silence. Your toes are relaxed at the end of your feet, the kind of stillness that comes from giving up on trying to do anything with them. They don't know where they're supposed to go. They've stopped wanting to walk anywhere. Just lying there, like stones left behind after a flood has passed through. You don't have to think about what happens next. You don't need to plan for morning or wonder how you'll handle the day when it comes. The night isn't waiting for your permission to continue. It's already going on, just as it always does, without needing anyone's story, without requiring any performance. The outline of that list is gone now, not because you erased it again, not because you remembered to let go, but because it has simply faded into the background like a shadow that never had weight in the first place. It doesn't matter if it's still there or not. There's no need to confirm its existence. No reason to verify whether it was real. You don't have to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to complete what wasn't meant to be finished. The mind can wander into empty rooms, down hallways with no doors, across fields where no footprints were ever made. It doesn't need to stay on any path. No destination required. The body breathes, not perfectly, not slowly, just breathing, like it's been waiting for this moment all along, not to sleep, not to wake, but just to be present in the quiet of being. There's no story about you here, no judgment, no need to explain why you're lying still. Just this, a soft fall through time that doesn't move forward or backward, just exists. Like the dark isn't holding its breath for you. It's not waiting. It just is, and you are too, without needing to be anything else. There's no urgency in your limbs, no tension in your jaw. The mind doesn't have to think about what it should do next. There's only this, a slow release of everything that didn't need holding, like letting go of water that was never meant to stay in your hands. The silence isn't loud enough to be heard. It's just there, like the space between stars. Not empty, just not calling out for you to notice it. You don't have to listen. You don't have to respond. There's no need to understand. No demand for meaning. The air holds still. Your breath moves. Your body rests. And nothing is asked of you. The night isn't ending. It's just continuing, just as it always does, with no reason to rush, no goal to reach. You don't have to be asleep. You don't even have to wake up tomorrow. Just lying here, not moving, not trying, just being in the dark with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not failing. You're not behind. There's no list that needs completing, no reply left unfinished. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it. It doesn't want your story. It only wants this, a body resting without effort, a mind drifting without purpose. You're still lying there, just breathing, not even trying to control it. The air moves through you like something that doesn't belong to anyone, but also belongs everywhere at once. It passes in and out without asking for your approval. You don't need to make it deeper or slower. It's enough as it is. The shape of the list has left no trace now, not a smudge, not a shadow behind the eyes, not even a whisper that it was ever there. But if you look closely at where it used to be, just for a moment, you can feel the ghost of its edge against your thoughts, like a thread pulled too tight and then cut loose. It didn't fall away with force. It just stopped being important enough to hold on to. And that's okay. Not because you did something right, but because there was never anything wrong in the first place. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence. It comes from stillness, so deep it no longer needs to be named. You're not pretending to relax. You're not forcing your body into shape. The weight is gone from your shoulders and arms, like they were never carrying anything at all. They just lie there, limbs heavy in the way that only happens when the mind finally stops asking them to do things. Your hands are open now, not resting on your chest or tucked under your head, but simply spread out beneath you, palms up, as if waiting for nothing and everything. The skin is warm from being pressed into fabric, not hot, just alive with a quiet hum. There's no need to move them, no reason to make a gesture. They don't have to say anything. You're aware of your breath, not tracking it or counting it, but noticing how the air settles in your chest like water finding its level after a storm. It doesn't rise and fall dramatically. It just exists, like a slow tide that never crashes, only laps gently at the edge of awareness. Each time you breathe in, it's not an effort to bring something new. You're not trying to fill yourself with calm or air or peace. The breath comes because your body remembers how to do it. Like breathing doesn't need permission from a thinking mind. And so does the stillness. It isn't earned. It doesn't require patience or discipline or any kind of doing. It just appears when you stop trying to make it happen. You're not holding onto anything now, not even the idea that you should be asleep. That thought has already passed through your head like a bird flying low over water and then gone. It didn't leave ripples behind. There's nothing you need to fix in this moment. No mistake, no unfinished task, no nameless thing left unspoken. The list is not lost. It's simply not needed anymore. And that's different from forgetting. Forgetting means the memory broke. This is more like letting go without ceremony, like setting down a coat at the door and walking away because you don't need it indoors. You can feel your spine now, not straight, not curved, just present. Like a line drawn through stillness that doesn't care about posture or alignment. It's not supporting anything, nor resisting anything. It's only there, quietly holding space between the weight of your body and the soft air above you. Your feet are no longer stones left behind. They're softer now, like sand in a slow-moving stream, worn down by time and water, and something unnamed that moved through them long ago. There's no need to walk, no road ahead, no destination in sight. The ground beneath is not demanding anything from you. It just waits, bare and patient. The air moves again, just once through the space between your ribs. Not fast, not slow, just breathing with you. You don't have to listen for it. You don't have to make sense of it. It doesn't need explanation or meaning. It's not a sign. It's not a signal. It just is, like light that doesn't ask if someone sees it. You're not trying to be calm. You're not waiting for sleep. There's no goal in this moment, not even the idea of getting somewhere. The night isn't rushing toward morning. Morning isn't chasing you. Time isn't ticking forward or holding its breath. It just moves, like a river that doesn't care about distance or speed. Your thoughts aren't quiet because they've stopped. They're still there, floating in the dark, but not demanding anything from you, not asking for attention, not trying to be fixed. One thought drifts by a flicker of an image, maybe the shape of a window at dawn, or a sound from long ago, but it doesn't grab your hand. It just passes through like wind moving over grass and then gone. There's no need to follow it. No reason to say whether you remember it or not. You don't have to decide if it meant anything. If you notice it, good. If you miss it, also good. There's no loss in missing something that wasn't yours to keep. The silence is deeper than sound, but also quieter than stillness. It doesn't fill space. It just occupies it without claiming it. You don't have to enter it or escape from it. You're already inside it, not as a guest, not as an observer, just as part of the quiet itself. There's no story about you here, no memory that needs retelling, no emotion needing expression. Just this, your body resting in its own way without effort, your breath moving through you like water through roots, not seeking anything, just existing where it is. You don't have to be asleep to rest. You don't need to wake up tomorrow to be okay. The night doesn't depend on your thoughts or actions. It continues whether you're awake or not, just as it always has. And so do you. There's a kind of safety in not needing anything from the world right now. Not validation, not completion, not even attention. Just being without obligation, without performance, without need. Your mind is free to wander into empty rooms where no one lives and doors open onto nowhere. It can drift across fields with no footprints, through forests without names, over hills that don't lead anywhere. It doesn't have to stay on any path. There's no map, no instruction, no final destination. And if you find yourself somewhere else, some other place in the dark where thoughts are not quiet, but just moving, you don't need to come back right away. You can wait there or walk a little farther. The thread isn't broken because you drifted. It's still there, woven into the air between breaths, waiting for you whenever you're ready. You don't have to be anything. Not strong, not focused, not healed. Just lying here like something that has always belonged in this quiet. Like a leaf resting on water after falling from a tree far away, not needing to know how it got there or where it will go next. The darkness isn't holding its breath for you. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just is deep and soft and full of space that doesn't demand anything from you. And so are you. There's no urgency in your hands, no tension behind your eyes, no need to remember what the list was or why it mattered once. The outline has dissolved into something larger than memory, a kind of stillness that doesn't depend on forgetting. You're not doing anything wrong by lying here, not even by thinking too much or being awake too long. You're not failing because you haven't slept yet. You're simply being present in the dark, without performance, without purpose. And if sleep comes good, if it doesn't, also good, because you don't have to be asleep to be safe. You don't have to wake up tomorrow to matter. You are already here, already enough, already quiet. The shape of your breath settles into a rhythm that isn't meant to be noticed, just felt, like water settling in a bowl after it's been still for hours. You don't have to measure it or change it. It's not working toward anything. There's no goal tucked inside the next exhale. No destination hidden behind the inhale. The air moves through you as if it has always known its way. And so do you. You are not a container being filled with sleep. You're not an engine waiting to be started. You're simply in motion, like water that doesn't care whether it's flowing or still. Like wind that passes through trees without needing the tree to say thank you. There is something quiet about the way your hands lie on top of each other, palms up and loose, as if they've forgotten how to hold anything. Not even a thought. They don't need to grip. They don't have to carry anything forward into tomorrow. They're not preparing for a handshake or a letter or an apology that never came. The space between your fingers is soft with absence, no weight in it, no purpose. Just the shape of open hands resting where they are, like a window left unlatched at night, not because someone meant to leave it so, but because there was no reason to close it. No storm coming, no one knocking. It stays open out of habit, not need. And you, your body, is doing the same thing. You're staying in place without effort, not resisting the weight of stillness, not pushing against gravity. You're letting your bones sink into the mattress like stones into soil, slowly, quietly, without a sound. There's no part of you that needs to be better right now. No corner that must perform for anyone. No eye that watches from behind closed lids and judges what you've done or failed to do. The mind still moves, but not in search, not with urgency. It drifts like dust caught in sunlight, floating in a room where no one has walked in years. There's nothing to clean, nothing to rearrange. The air is already full of forgotten things. You don't need to catch the thoughts as they pass. You don't have to name them or file them away. They aren't yours to keep. They're not even yours to understand. Some are just echoes, faint, half-formed shapes from long ago. A word overheard in another life. The feel of rain on skin during a trip you never remember finishing. They come and go like shadows across a wall, not because they mean anything, but because light still passes through the room. There's no need to respond, no reason to say yes or no. You don't have to agree with what's passing through your mind, nor do you have to disagree. It's not asking for permission. It's just moving like a cloud drifting over land it doesn't own, without claiming any of it. Your body is learning how to be still in the way that only sleep teaches, by letting go again and again, even when nothing changes, even when you don't notice what's happening. The silence isn't empty. It's full of space that has no name, no function, no demand. You're not being asked to become anything different. You're just allowed no conditions to rest exactly as you are. Awake, thinking, breathing, existing in the dark, without having to fix it or explain it. The outline of the list is gone now, not erased, but dissolved into something larger than memory. Not forgotten, just no longer present in a way that needs attention. It doesn't matter anymore whether you saw it clearly or not, whether you remembered all the items, whether they were important once. They're like footprints in snow that have already melted. There's nothing left to trace, only the shape of where something once passed through. And so are your thoughts. They leave no mark that needs to be read, no message that requires a reply. You don't need to write anything down because there's nowhere to go with it. You're not building toward tomorrow. There's no plan in motion, no urgency behind the next moment. The night is long, yes, but it doesn't care how fast you move through it. It isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It just continues quietly, without needing your permission. You don't have to earn its presence. You don't need to be worthy of stillness. You're already here, lying in the dark, breathing with no effort, hands resting like they've always known how to rest. There's a quiet hum beneath everything, not loud enough to disturb you, not soft enough to disappear completely. It's just there, like warmth under skin, when you're too tired to notice it's even present. Your mind doesn't have to be empty, just not in charge, not needing to decide what comes next. It can drift over fields that don't belong to anyone, cross rivers with no bridges, stand at the edge of cliffs where there is no drop, only space. And if you find yourself somewhere else, a place without a name, without rules, without memory, then stay for a while. Don't rush back. You aren't lost. You're just not in a hurry to return. The thread isn't broken when you drift. It's still there, the soft pulse of breath between words, the space between two thoughts, like air between fingers. You can come back whenever your body says it's ready. There is no wrong way to be awake, no failure in staying present without sleeping. You are not behind. You are not falling short. You're simply moving through time at your own speed, slow, deep, quiet. The darkness isn't watching you. It doesn't care if you're thinking too much or not enough. It holds you without needing anything from you, and so do you. You don't have to be asleep for the night to hold you. You don't need to wake up tomorrow to matter. You are already here in this moment, breathing without effort, hands open and still, mind moving like a river that doesn't know where it's going, but keeps flowing anyway. There is no story about you, no plot, no climax, no resolution. Just this, your body resting in its own way, as if it has always known how. As if it belongs here, not because of what you've done or will do, but simply because you're alive and breathing and still present in the dark. And so are the thoughts, floating, drifting, passing through like shadows across a wall. Not important, not urgent, just part of the quiet, part of the air, part of the space that doesn't need to be filled or explained. You don't have to do anything with them. You don't even have to see them clearly. They're just here, like dust in sunlight, like breath on glass, like a word left unsaid and never needed to be spoken. The night holds all of it, not as proof of how much you've thought or failed, but simply because it's there. And so are you. The thoughts are like leaves caught in a slow current, no force behind them, no direction, but the way the water turns. They drift past without knocking, without needing your attention. You don't have to name each one. You don't even have to see where they're going. Some float sideways into shadowed bends, others just spin once and sink beneath a still surface you can't quite reach. The air holds them gently, no judgment in how long they stay or whether they pass through entirely. There's no edge to the dark here, only depth. It doesn't rush toward dawn. It isn't waiting for sunrise like it owes anything to time. It just is, the kind of stillness that settles into your shoulders when you stop resisting its weight. You can lie there and not move a muscle without being wrong about it. A breath comes in longer than usual and stays, suspended between the inside and outside of your body, as if forgetting how to leave. When it finally goes back out, it carries nothing with it. No tension, no wish for change, just release into space that doesn't ask anything. Your hands are open now, not like they're expecting something, but because they've stopped pretending there's a reason to close them. They rest flat on the sheets, as if remembering how gravity works without needing to explain itself. The fabric under you has its own rhythm, tiny shifts in texture with each breath, almost imperceptible, like memory returning after years of silence. You are not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just letting your body tell time in a way that doesn't care about clocks. Minutes aren't measured by how much work they contain, but by the quiet between them, the space where nothing happens and everything is already enough. A thought comes plain, unvarnished. The coffee cup from this morning. Not because it matters, just because your mind found a shape to hold onto for 2 seconds before releasing it like steam through cracks in old wood. It's gone now, without echo. You don't have to keep track of what you've let go. You're not losing anything by forgetting the color or size of that cup. Nor are you failing if you can't recall how many spoons were used. The past isn't a debt owed to memory. It's just another thread floating in darkness, never meant to be gathered. There's no reason for your thoughts to make sense right now. No one is listening, not even yourself. They don't need permission to drift, only space to move through. A different sensation arises, not from sight or sound, but from the way warmth pools at the base of your spine when you stop moving it with effort. It's not a feeling that needs naming, only letting settle into place like sand in water after all motion has stopped. Your chest rises and falls slowly enough to feel each part. The lift, then the pause just before gravity takes over again. There's no hurry between breaths, no need for balance or rhythm. You don't have to be careful how you breathe, because breathing is not a task. It's simply what your body does when it forgets all else. A faint hum returns, not loud enough to disturb, but present like the vibration of something far away that once belonged to music no longer played aloud. It doesn't call you anywhere, doesn't demand recognition or attention, just exists in the background as proof that silence isn't empty, only still waiting for your awareness to slow down. There's a shape forming behind your eyes, not quite visual, more like pressure, the kind of feeling when something has been held too long and now wants only to soften into air. It doesn't come from thought or memory, but from the space where thinking used to happen, now empty enough that even thoughts don't know how to fit. You're no longer trying to hold anything together, no mental architecture, no need for order or clarity. The mind is not a machine needing maintenance. It's just another part of you breathing in time with everything else. Slow, uneven, quiet. A wave passes through your left hand, not from outside, but rising up from within like heat beneath skin that doesn't know where it came from. It lasts 3 heartbeats and fades without warning. You don't trace its path. You only let it go when it's done doing what it was meant to do. Remind you that feeling is not always about meaning. Your body knows more than your mind ever will, even if the difference between them has blurred into something too soft to name anymore. It remembers how to rest without needing a reason, how to lie still with no goal except being present in the way it already is. There's nothing wrong with wandering through layers of thought that don't lead anywhere. No shame in drifting across ideas you've never named. Spaces where time doesn't tick forward, but just breathes along with yours. You're not lost when your mind wanders. You're simply moving at a pace the night understands, one foot after another, without destination. The dark has no schedule. It isn't trying to fix anything or bring things into focus. It's only holding space for all that doesn't need fixing, all that can exist exactly as it is, no explanation required. A word floats up not from memory, but from silence itself. Home. Not a place with walls or keys or doors opening and closing. Just the feeling of belonging to something quiet enough not to demand anything in return. You don't have to believe it's true. You only need to feel it for as long as your body allows, like warmth returning after hours of sitting still, like breath that returns when you stop trying to control it. Another sensation, a lightness behind the eyes, almost weightless, not from absence, but presence, the kind of soft fullness that comes after letting go without knowing what was being held. No more effort, no need for clarity or completion. Just this, your body resting in its own way, as if no one has ever asked it to perform. And so it simply remains where it is, safe not because danger passed by, but because safety never left at all. The air around you feels different now, not colder, just quieter. Like the room stopped holding tension, even though nothing changed. The walls have loosened their grip on sound. Silence doesn't feel like emptiness anymore. It's full of things that don't need to be named or answered. You're not asleep yet, but your mind has started forgetting what it was trying to do before you got here. The way a river forgets why it once ran fast, just because gravity now allows it to slow. There's no urgency in this stillness, only continuity, like something continuing without needing permission from anyone or anything. A memory doesn't rise, not one with faces or events, but a feeling of lying under trees when you were small and not yet taught that every moment had to mean something. Just the sky above, shifting colors slowly, as if it didn't mind being watched for hours at once. That's how this is now, watching without needing anything in return, breathing through time that isn't counting against you. Your hands stay open, palms facing up like they're receiving nothing, and giving everything away all at once. Not waiting, not resisting, just there, resting on the world as if it has always been kind to them. The next breath comes in without warning and stays longer than before, not held, but simply allowed, full of space that doesn't need filling. There's no effort behind any part of this, only continuation. Like a thread pulled through air so slowly, you don't notice when the loop closes on itself. No start, no end, just presence moving quietly along its own path. You are not doing anything wrong by lying here with your eyes closed and mind full of drifting shapes that mean nothing at all. You're simply allowing yourself to be in a state where no performance is required, no outcome expected. The night doesn't care if you think too much or too little. It just holds everything: your breaths, your stillness, the thoughts passing like clouds over land they never claimed as their own. And so do you, not because of what you've done, not for anything you'll become, but simply because this moment exists and is already enough to be held without question. You are lying in a shape that doesn't need to be named, no effort to fit into it, no adjustment to make it feel right. The body has stopped asking for approval from itself and just stays, like a stone left in water long enough to become part of its motion. Your breath moves through the space between your ribs as if it's not yours at all, but something that has always belonged here, drifting with the slow pulse of the night. No need to steer or guide it, no reason to decide whether it should be deeper or lighter. It is simply breathing, and you are being breathed into. A thought comes not urgent, not demanding, but a soft image of water moving under ice, something unseen but steady beneath a surface that looks still. You don't have to follow it. You can let it pass through like light through glass, leaving no trace behind. There's no story attached, no outcome waiting at the end. Just the feeling of motion that doesn't need explanation, like a current under floorboards you've never seen, but know is there. You are not trying to reach anything anymore, not even sleep. You're only allowing what already exists, the quiet between heartbeats, the way silence settles into your bones like dust after a long day in an empty room. There's no need for closure or completion here. The mind doesn't have to finish its loops. Just let them spill out and fade as if they were never meant to be caught. The air around you feels thick, but not heavy. It holds everything without pressure, like velvet that doesn't press back when touched. You don't feel the weight of your thoughts. They float above you like paper boats on a slow river, unanchored, unclaimed. They drift where they will, and you stay in the center of it all, untouched by their journey. There's a shape forming now, not of anything real, not of any object or memory, but an impression left behind after something has passed through. A curve, a dip in space like a shadow that only exists because light moved away from it. You don't name it. You don't try to understand where it came from. It's enough that it's there, present, without needing to be explained. Your hands are still open, not reaching, not grasping, just resting on the surface of the world like they've been waiting for this moment all along. The skin feels warm, but not hot, the kind of warmth that comes when you stop resisting cold and just let yourself be where you are. There's no effort to keep them there, no intention behind their position. They simply stay, palms up, as if receiving nothing and giving away everything without knowing what they're offering. A sensation rises not from the mind, but from somewhere deeper. The feeling of being held by something that doesn't speak or promise anything. Not love in a dramatic sense, not safety with conditions, just presence, quiet, unbroken, steady like the dark behind closed eyes when no thoughts are trying to enter. You don't have to believe it's real. You only need to let it be possible for a moment, to allow that maybe there is a kind of stillness where nothing has to earn its place, where you don't need to do anything at all, and the world doesn't require an explanation from you. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's not tracking your progress. It's simply continuing, like the slow turning of a wheel that doesn't care if anyone is watching. And so are you, not in any direction, but just present, like air after rain has passed through it and left no trace except dampness. A thought arrives, not sharp or loud, but a soft sense of something returning, not memory, not event, but the feeling of being allowed to stop. Not because someone said it was okay, but because the moment itself didn't ask for anything in return. No permission needed, no performance required. You are not doing it wrong by staying here. You're not failing because you haven't fallen asleep yet. The body doesn't need a deadline. It doesn't care if time is measured or wasted. All it knows is how to rest when the mind finally stops making demands. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't have names, things that don't need labels. A hum beneath floorboards, the way dust moves in air without being stirred by wind, the soft weight of a blanket not because it covers you, but because it stays exactly where it is, unmoving, unbothered. Your breath slows, not forced, not shaped, but slipping into rhythm like water, finding its own level after disturbance. There's no need to make it slower or deeper. It just becomes softer, more even, as if the air itself has decided to move with you rather than against you. You are not holding on. You are not letting go. You're simply being body and mind in a space where neither needs to prove its worth. There's no checklist of what this moment should contain. No need for it to mean something or lead somewhere. It just is like the pause between two notes that aren't even part of a song. A shape drifts across your awareness, not an image, not memory, but a sense of space opening inward, like a room you never knew existed, with walls made of light that doesn't shine, but simply is. You don't walk through it. You don't examine the corners. You just stay in its center, aware only of how quiet it feels when nothing has to be done. The mind wanders not as interruption, not as failure, but as a natural motion, like clouds passing across sky. And each one goes by without being claimed. No need to follow or stop them. They come and go like breaths you don't have to control. There's no urgency in this stillness, only continuity, like something that doesn't know how to end because it never started. You're not arriving anywhere. You're just resting where the world has already let you be. The hands remain open, not waiting for anything, not afraid of emptiness. They are simply there, receiving nothing and giving everything away without knowing what they've given. No reward expected. No reason to feel gratitude or loss. You don't have to remember how to breathe. You don't have to learn how to let go. It's already happening, like the way roots grow in soil that doesn't ask for proof of life before allowing them to spread. A soft hum rises, not from your body, not from outside, but from the space between thoughts, like a current running under the surface of still water. You don't need to name it. Don't even have to notice it. It's just there, quiet, constant, indifferent to whether you're aware or not. The mind doesn't want anything now. Not closure, not clarity, not answers. Just this, being held by a moment that doesn't require you to perform, to justify, to explain. You are allowed to be exactly as you are, even if that means nothing is happening at all. There's no need for progress, no requirement to move forward or backward. You're simply lying in the shape of stillness, like something that has always belonged here and never left. The night doesn't care whether you sleep or stay awake. It holds both with equal ease, like a blanket that wraps around someone without knowing who they are. You don't have to decide anything. Not now, not ever. Just keep breathing. Let the air come in and go out as it pleases. Stay where you are. Be nothing and everything at once. And let this moment continue without beginning, without end. A quiet weight settles in the hollow behind your ribs, not heavy, but present, like a stone that has been there so long it no longer feels like something added, just part of how the space holds itself. The air moves through you without needing to be noticed. You don't pull it in or push it out. It passes as if between rooms with doors left open for years. There's no effort behind your breath, only its continuation. A quiet echo that doesn't ask permission to stay. You're not thinking about the list anymore, not really. Not even the shape of it. The letters have dissolved into something else, a kind of afterglow on the inside of your eyelids, like film left too long in light. It's no longer visible as words or lines, but as warmth behind closed eyes, just heat that doesn't burn and doesn't fade. Outside, there is silence not because nothing happens, but because everything moves at its own speed, and none of it demands attention. A moth brushes against the glass above you, not a sound, just pressure for an instant before stillness returns. The window holds no memory of being touched. It does not mark time by impact or event. Your hands lie flat on your chest, palms up like someone who has already given away everything they had to give and doesn't know what it feels like anymore. They are warm, slightly damp from the slow release of tension that never knew where it was going. The skin is soft in places, taut elsewhere, not because you're holding tight, but because your body remembers how to stay ready even when nothing needs preparing. There's a thin line between alertness and stillness, an invisible boundary, so faint it can't be drawn with intention. You are not awake enough to act, not asleep enough to dream, just suspended in the interval where thoughts do not form, only drift through like dust caught in late sunlight that no longer has direction or purpose. You don't need a reason for this moment, only its presence. The fact that it exists is enough. No justification required. It doesn't have to mean anything beyond being here now. And what you are isn't defined by whether your mind settles, but simply by the quiet act of staying in place while everything else moves. A low tone hums under your spine, not loud, not sharp, something that comes from deep ground, like a frequency buried beneath layers of earth and time. It doesn't belong to any instrument or voice. It's just there, steady as roots spreading through soil you cannot see but feel below the surface. You don't listen for it. You let it pass into your bones. You are not trying to quiet anything. There is no noise inside that needs silencing. The thoughts aren't loud. They're just present like shadows at dusk when light has left and night hasn't yet arrived. They drift across the edges of awareness without claiming ground. No need to name them or send them away. The body breathes because it knows how, even if you don't remember learning it. It doesn't ask for help, nor does it wait for instruction. The lungs expand not from will, but from habit, like a tree that grows higher every year, even when no one is watching. You are lying in the shape of what's left after everything has been said and nothing was lost. There's no need to gather thoughts or reclaim focus. You don't have anything to protect, guard. The mind doesn't try to close off because it knows there's nowhere else to go, no destination that requires urgency. The air is still, but not frozen. It moves slightly around you, not enough to disturb the silence, just enough for your skin to know something has passed through. A breath of warmth from somewhere far away. Not a greeting, just an acknowledgement without words. There's no clock ticking in this room, no need for time to move forward or backward. Time doesn't press here. It lingers like dust motes floating where sunlight can't reach, suspended not by force, but by lack of anything pulling them down. Your pulse slows, not because you tell it to, but because the rhythm has found its own way into your blood, matching something older than thought, deeper than memory. You don't count beats or try to follow their pattern. They just appear steady and quiet, as if they were always meant to be this slow. A sensation rises in one shoulder, not pain, not tingling, but a light pressure that feels like the weight of an old coat left folded on a chair overnight. The kind you never took off because it was warm enough to keep wearing even when no longer needed. You don't shift your body. You let the feeling stay where it is. The darkness isn't empty, it's full, but not with things that demand attention. It holds shapes without edges, shadows of thoughts that have already passed through and left nothing behind except silence. The mind doesn't try to catch them. It lets each one drift past like a leaf floating down a slow current, no need for it to stop or be seen. There's no task waiting in the next breath, no urgency to get anywhere, even if you could find direction again. You don't have to decide what comes after this moment, or whether anything will come at all. Your body is not making any promises about tomorrow. It doesn't rehearse for meetings or worry about being late. The muscles relax not because they've finished their work, but because there's no demand that forces them into tension anymore. They just let go like a hand uncurling after years of gripping something invisible. The room holds you without knowing your name. The walls don't record what happens here. They only exist to keep the air still and quiet. You're not being observed, nor are you performing for anyone. There's no audience beyond this moment itself. You aren't trying to be calm. Calm isn't an achievement here. It's just how things settle when nothing asks them to move. A memory forms not clear or sharp, but a feeling of sitting on the edge of a porch in summer, knees drawn up, hands resting between them, watching rain fall across empty fields without thinking about why it falls at all. It doesn't matter if you were really there. It only matters that this sensation returns now, not as an event, but as texture. Slow drops against warm wood, quiet outside, nothing to do, and no one calling. The air in your chest is still full, not because of breath held, but because the space between inhalation and exhalation has stretched thin enough to hold something else. Not thought, not sound, just presence, like a room where someone once sat long ago and left behind only warmth. You don't need to feel safe. You aren't afraid. There's no threat that needs guarding against, not even from your own thoughts. The night doesn't care if you sleep or stay awake. It holds both with equal ease, as though it knows there is no difference between being still in motion and resting without moving at all. You are allowed to be nothing more than the space where breath meets silence, where thought passes through like a shadow, leaving only calm behind. There's no need to remember anything, no reason to hold on or let go. Just stay here quietly, like something that has always belonged in stillness and never had to earn it. The thought of the list still lingers, not as a demand, but as a shape in the dark, like a shadow cast by something that no longer exists. You don't need to erase it. It's already fading, not because you tried to make it go, but because there's nothing left for it to do. The outline of what was meant to be done has softened at the edges, blurred as though written in water on stone. It doesn't matter if it disappears completely. It wasn't real enough to stay. What remains is just a sense of space where that list lived. Not absence, but absence with warmth, like an empty drawer still holding the memory of folded paper. There's a thread now, very fine, running through the quiet between breaths. not something you're following, but something you can feel when you let your attention settle into the hollow beneath your collarbone. It isn't sound. It isn't sight. It's a kind of stillness that moves like air in a room with no doors, slow, drifting, indifferent to direction. You don't need to walk it or finish it. It simply is. And when you notice, your mind has drifted again. When the shape of someone else's voice drifts through, uninvited, you don't pull back. You let that moment pass like a cloud across an empty sky. There's no reason to return to what was lost. The night doesn't ask for it. The air around you doesn't remember your name or the things you've forgotten. It holds only breath and space, neither of which has ever needed proof of being right, good, useful. You can lie here without having done anything, without needing to have been anywhere. A warmth spreads beneath one palm, not heat, not pressure, but something like a place where sunlight once rested on skin long after the sun had moved on. It's not about memory or meaning. Just this, a spot of quiet that doesn't require explanation. You don't need to name it or keep it. It just is, and you are lying in its center. The darkness isn't cold, it's thick with silence, so deep it feels like liquid. Not heavy, but full. As if every unspoken thing from the past week has pooled here, settled into stillness without ever being heard. And now none of them need to rise again. The rain that fell outside earlier didn't matter in any way other than its sound, and even that has faded into a kind of hum beneath your awareness, not loud enough to notice, but present like the memory of someone whispering near sleep. There's no one here to judge whether you're doing it right. No checklist ticking down inside your ribs. The mind doesn't need permission to wander. It doesn't have to justify its pauses or explain why it stops on a word that means nothing now, just the shape of maybe, as it passes through without landing. You don't need to be calm. You're not being asked to pretend. This isn't performance. The body is letting go, not because it's tired, but because there's no one in charge anymore. No one saying you must move forward or remember the next thing. There's only this, the weight of your hand on your chest, and the knowledge that nothing needs to be done before morning. The air inside you moves slowly, like a quiet river flowing through stone, not rushing toward anything, just passing, just being. The space between breaths grows longer now, not because you're holding it, but because there's no need to fill it with effort. It widens gently, like the moment after someone closes a door and walks away. You don't have to decide what happens next. There is no next. Just this, the soft weight of your limbs resting in their natural shape, as if they've known all along how to lie still without trying. The muscles aren't working anymore, not fighting or preparing. They're not holding anything, not even a thought. There's a kind of silence that doesn't come from being alone, but from having nowhere else to be. It isn't quiet because you've stopped thinking. It's quiet because thinking no longer has an edge. There is nothing sharp in it anymore. No urgency. No fear. Just this, the slow rise and fall beneath your hands, not as a rhythm to follow, but as something that simply exists. The mind may drift again, maybe to a half-remembered line from a song you haven't heard in years, or to the way light hit the kitchen floor at 3 a.m. once. But it doesn't matter. You don't need to bring it back. It's not yours to keep. You're just letting it pass through like dust, moved by an unseen breath. There is no task left, no list that matters now, not even one you might make tomorrow. The idea of doing something has lost its power to pull you forward. That kind of drive doesn't exist here. There's only stillness, deep enough not to be broken, wide enough not to need filling. The darkness holds your shape without asking for anything in return. It doesn't want gratitude or proof that you're resting well. It simply lets you be exactly as you are, not better than what you were an hour ago, not worse than yesterday, but just this, quiet, still, and unexamined. You don't need to feel safe because the danger has already passed. The worry isn't gone. It's been folded away like a letter never sent, not destroyed, just left where it won't disturb anything anymore. The breath continues, not in patterns you've learned or rules you follow, but just as it wants, without direction. It flows not toward sleep, or wakefulness, but simply through the body, like water passing over stones that no longer care which way they face. And when you notice your thoughts have drifted again, when a sentence from an old email surfaces, uninvited, you don't push it away. You let it float just beyond reach, like a leaf caught in slow current. It doesn't need to be named or answered. It's not real here. Not now. There is no one waiting for you to wake up. No meeting at 9. No message that must be sent before dawn. There's only this, the soft weight of your hands on your chest, and the quiet understanding that nothing has been lost by staying still. The night doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It holds both with equal ease because it knows that rest isn't about motion. It's not a goal to be reached. It's just what happens when no one is asking you to do anything at all. You don't need to remember what you've forgotten. Only let it stay where it belongs, in the soft hollow behind your ribs, like a stone that once tumbled down a hill and came to rest without notice. The shape of your hands remains on your chest, not as an act of holding, but because they've found their place over time, like roots settling into soil after rain. There's no need to adjust them, no reason to shift. They are where they were meant to be all along. The air in the room has cooled slightly, just enough to make the skin on your arms soften at the edges, like paper left too long on a windowsill. It isn't cold, not really, just quiet. The kind that doesn't announce itself, but settles into bones without asking permission. There's no demand here, only presence. You don't need to believe anything about how you're resting. Only let your body stay in the shape it has chosen for this moment. Not because it's perfect or efficient, but because it's been true long enough to feel like home. The weight of your arms isn't a burden. It's a signal that you've stopped resisting yourself. The list is gone now, not erased, not deleted, just no longer in use. It doesn't need to be finished or even remembered. There was never a reason to keep it alive. Not tonight, not ever. What mattered before has already passed through the space between your thoughts and left only its shadow behind. And shadows don't demand anything. A sound comes from far away, perhaps a car passing, maybe just wind brushing against glass, and you notice it without moving. It doesn't pull you forward or backward. It simply exists in the dark, like an echo that no longer needs to answer. You can hear it and still not respond. There's enough space between your ears for things to pass through without needing to be claimed. Your breath continues, not faster, not slower, just as it has been since before you noticed it at all. It doesn't have a purpose anymore, only continuity. Like the faint pulse in your wrist that keeps ticking even when no one is watching. No rhythm to follow, just motion, steady and unbothered. There's a patch of skin on your inner forearm where warmth gathers, just beneath the fold of your elbow, and it doesn't need explaining. It isn't important enough to name or fix. It just exists, like sunlight hitting a corner no one remembers cleaning. You don't have to decide what it means. You only have to allow that small place to be exactly as it is. The mind may wander again, maybe to the texture of old keys in your pocket last winter, or how a certain shade of blue looked on a ceiling you once stared at during a long day of not doing anything. But there's no need to return. No reason to fetch what isn't needed. The image arrives like dust settling on still water, not because it was invited, but because the air is full and quiet enough for things to land. You don't have to be present in every moment. Only let yourself be where you already are. Not waiting for something better or worse than this. Just here, not asleep, not awake, just allowed to rest without needing permission. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't need filling. It holds your shape like an old coat left on a chair, worn, but still warm from yesterday. There are no expectations in it, no demands for you to prove anything about how well or poorly you're doing. A thought comes not urgent, not demanding, just passing through. Whether the light switch was turned off upstairs, you don't need to answer. You don't need to check. It's like a shadow stretching across floorboards when someone walks by and doesn't look back. The question is already answered in its absence. You're allowed to forget your own name for a while you want. Not because it matters, but because forgetting isn't failure. It's just another kind of stillness, a version of not doing that doesn't require effort. The air moves through the room like something remembering how to breathe after being held too long. There's no urgency in it, no reason to hurry, just motion, gentle and slow, like a curtain lifting without anyone pulling it. Your hands are soft now, not tense or trying to grip anything. They're not reaching for solutions or holding on to promises. They've stopped pretending they can do something that doesn't need doing anymore. The skin is smooth where it rests against your chest, unbroken and calm. There's a kind of warmth spreading through the base of your spine, small, quiet, like heat rising from stone after sunrise. But you don't need to name it or follow it. You just let it be there, because it doesn't ask for anything in return. The body isn't trying to fall asleep. It's simply stopping its usual effort to stay awake. That kind of stillness isn't earned. It's not something you achieve. It happens when nothing is at stake and no one is watching. When the only thing left to do is lie there, exactly as you are. You don't have to be productive just because you're alive. You don't need to prove that rest has value by making it into a task. The fact that you're lying still isn't failure. It's an act of surrender that doesn't require explanation. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's not holding your breath, hoping you'll rise before morning. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It only knows how to stay quiet, and it does so with ease. There is no need to become something else, no goal to reach, no version of yourself that must be found in the dark. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to understand why you're here right now. Just let your body sink into its own weight without resisting it. The air moves through you, not like a signal or instruction, but like something passing through an old doorway where no one has walked for years. No sound, no need to remember the last time someone came through. Only what is happening now. Breath in, breath out, nothing more. You don't have to carry thoughts forward into tomorrow. They can stay here, tangled in the quiet corners of your mind, like old clothes left behind on a hook. Not needed, not forgotten, just allowed to be. A faint hum runs through the walls, the kind that comes from something far below ground, or from wires sleeping deep beneath concrete. It's not loud enough to disturb anything, not sharp enough to pull you in. You can hear it and still not react. No need to trace its source. No reason to wonder where it came from. The edge of your shoulder blade feels heavier now, not because there's a burden, but because gravity has found a place to rest on your body without asking permission. And that's fine. The weight isn't yours to carry. It's just part of the way you lie in this moment. Your breath continues not as a rhythm or a practice, but because it doesn't need to be anything else. It moves through you like water finding its own path after rain, winding slowly around obstacles without frustration, without trying to force itself anywhere new. There is no end point here, no goal that requires arrival. Only this, the soft weight of your hands on your chest, the quiet rise and fall beneath them, the stillness that doesn't need proof it's real, because it simply is. The night holds you not as a promise or a warning, but as an acceptance. It knows there's nothing left to do, nothing left to fix, no list to complete, no message to write, no voice in your head that demands attention. You don't have to be better than this moment. Only let yourself be less than everything else you've ever believed about yourself. That's the kind of rest that doesn't come from effort. It comes when nothing is asked of you at all. The edge of your palm presses into your chest like a quiet agreement with gravity. Not resistance, not effort, just contact, skin meeting skin, breath finding its own soft shape beneath it. The weight there isn't demanding anything. It doesn't want to be lifted or rearranged. It's simply present, like the way dust settles on a shelf no one uses anymore. Not because anyone left it there, but because time forgot to move it. Your fingers don't need to do anything now. They can stay where they are still, uncurled, resting against your ribs, as if they've been waiting for this long, quiet moment finally be allowed to stop remembering how to grip. There's a thin line of cool air moving across the back of your neck, the kind that comes from somewhere far away, through a crack in the wall or a seam beneath the window frame. It doesn't come with urgency, doesn't announce itself as important. It just passes over like a whisper that isn't meant to be answered. You don't need to name it. You don't have to wonder what it's for. It moves through you without asking permission, and you let it go without holding on, without sending any reply back into the dark. The outline of the list still hovers not as a command, not as a threat, but like an old photograph left out too long, fading at the edges, not sharp anymore, just there, a shape that once meant something. Now it's just memory in soft focus, blurred by distance and time. You don't have to return to it. You don't even need to acknowledge its presence with a thought. It can stay where it is, the way a leaf might drift into the corner of a room after wind has passed through the trees outside. It doesn't belong anywhere specific. It just exists quietly, without needing an explanation for why it came in. You're not being lazy by not fixing it. You're not failing because you can't erase what's already been done. The list isn't gone. It's only no longer yours to carry tonight. Tomorrow will bring its own shape of things. But right now, the night is full enough without adding another layer. The air inside your lungs moves in and out like a slow tide, not rushing forward, not pulling back too far. There's no rhythm you're trying to keep, no beat to match or follow. It just follows what it knows. That breathing isn't about timing. It's about allowing the body its own motion without interference. Your shoulders don't need to be straighter. They don't have to lift themselves into some idea of posture. The way they rest is already enough. The way gravity has settled on them like a coat left on a chair. Not because it was chosen, but because no one ever took it off. You can feel the coolness beneath your skin where your wrist bends just behind the bone. Not sharp, just there. A point of contact between warmth and stillness. No need to reach toward it or pull away. It's just a place where sensation lives without needing to be explained. A sound comes from somewhere far below, the hum of something moving underground, low enough that you might think it doesn't exist, if not for the way your chest catches its vibration. Not loud, not urgent, just there, like a pulse beneath the earth, or the rhythm of an old machine that keeps running long after no one remembers why. You don't need to find where it comes from. You don't need to know what it means. It doesn't ask you anything. It just exists in its own space, and so can you. The edge of your left foot is touching the bedsheet now, not pushing, not pressing down, but resting there like a small part of you has decided to stay still for good. You don't need to decide if that's enough. You don't have to make it into a victory or a sign of progress. It just is. The way clouds gather in the sky without needing approval from anyone on the ground. Your breath doesn't pause. It doesn't try to hold itself steady. It flows through you like water finding its own path, slow, patient, not afraid of detours. There's no goal attached to it, no destination, just movement that happens because it can, and because nothing stops it. The thought about the list is still there, but quieter now, less insistent, not gone entirely, but softened by distance. It doesn't flicker like a light left on in another room. It just settles into its own corner of your mind, like something old that's finally allowed to rest without being disturbed. You don't have to fix the thought. You don't need to chase it away or try to understand why it stayed. Just let it be where it is, like dust, like silence, like a memory that doesn't require attention anymore. The darkness around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't make noise, full of shapes that don't demand to be seen, full of stillness so deep that even the air forgets how to stir. You're not being lazy by staying here. You're not failing because your mind is quiet but awake. You're only doing what you were meant to do when nothing else could hold you anymore, lying there, exactly as you are. There's no test tonight, no score to keep, no one watching to see if you'll make it through the night without moving. Your hands don't have to do anything special. can stay on your chest like a promise made between body and breath, a quiet agreement that nothing needs to change right now, even if part of you wants to rise, even if some signal from somewhere deep in your wiring says get up. There's no need to listen. Not tonight. The night doesn't care what you do. It only knows how to stay still, and it does so without effort. You don't have to become someone else just because the hours pass. You don't have to prove that rest is real by staying awake longer than usual or trying harder to fall asleep. Just be where you are. Let your body sink into its own shape, like sand in a cup slowly settling after being stirred. The hum beneath the floor continues, faint but constant, not loud enough to break through sleep, not sharp enough to pull attention back to itself. It's just there, moving underground, doing what it does without needing to be noticed. You don't have to be aware of it. You don't even need to know if you're hearing it or imagining it. The feeling in your ribs is soft now, not tight, not hollow, but full with breath that comes and goes without resistance. Your eyelids are heavy, but they don't need to close for anything to happen. The darkness behind them isn't a challenge. It's just the way things are when no one turns on the light. There's no need to feel guilty for being awake. There's no reason to believe that you're doing it wrong because your mind is quiet and still, but not asleep yet. You're allowed to be here exactly as you are, in the space between wakefulness and sleep, where nothing has a name and nothing needs to move. The outline of the list doesn't need to vanish. It can stay in its place like an echo that no longer asks for response. Your body isn't trying to do anything except exist, and it's doing that already. There's room enough for stillness without needing to be earned, room enough for breath without needing to be perfect, room enough for the night and you within it. The shape of the list remains, not as a command, but as an afterglow, like the faint warmth left on a surface long after it was touched. It doesn't press against your thoughts anymore. It just is. And in that being, there's no demand to be answered, no urgency wrapped in its edges. The letters are blurred now, not erased, not forgotten, but softened by time and stillness like paper left out under rain. You don't have to read them again. There's no need to trace the margins or reassemble what was already let go. The air inside your chest moves with a rhythm that doesn't require you to notice it. It breathes because it can, not because you told it to. The rise and fall of your ribs is slow enough to be nearly imperceptible, like water seeping through soil over days, unseen but present. There's no need for the body to prove anything by moving faster or quieter than usual. You are already doing what matters. Outside, a street lamp flickers once, not in warning, not with urgency, but like an old light that has forgotten how long it's been on. It doesn't change its pattern, doesn't signal, just burns where it is, steady and unbothered by the hour, or who might be awake beneath it. You don't need to know why it flickers, only that it does so without consequence. Your hands are still resting where they fell, not clinging, not reaching. They lie on your chest like stones left behind after a stream has passed through, worn smooth, but not moved from their place. The skin there is warm in patches, cool elsewhere, a map of small changes you don't need to interpret. Your fingers aren't doing anything special. Their stillness isn't failure, it's presence. Something shifts, not loudly, not dramatically, but the kind of shift that happens when a shadow leans just slightly away from where it stood before. There is no reason for your attention to follow it. No task attached to noticing. The thought doesn't return with force. It arrives as if floating like dust settling on glass after someone has walked through a room and left behind nothing but air. You don't have to decide whether the list was important or not. You don't need to judge its value by how long you've held onto it, nor measure your worth by what's been deleted from your screen. The past doesn't demand that you carry every mark of effort forward into the night like a burden. Some things were meant to vanish, not because they didn't matter, but because their time had passed. The silence isn't empty, it's layered. There are textures beneath it. The soft pressure where fabric meets skin. The quiet hum in your ears when no one is speaking. The way sound becomes less sharp as distance grows between you and whatever noise once lived nearby. The dark doesn't need to be broken open with light. It holds its own kind of clarity, where things are seen not by sight, but by feeling. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to wait until your thoughts quiet down completely before letting go. Rest isn't a reward for obedience or discipline. It's simply where you've been all along, even when you couldn't feel it. The body remembers what the mind forgets: how to be still without being inactive. The outline of that list is no longer in front of your eyes. It's behind them now, like an old memory fading at the edges. Not lost, just not urgent anymore. It doesn't ask for attention or correction. There's no unfinished business written into its shape, because you've already let it go, just not all at once. Your breath slows further, not by choice, but because time has slowed too. The air moves through your body like a current that knows the way home without needing directions. Each in and out is just long enough to be felt, short enough to allow silence between them. The floor beneath you holds no weight tonight. It doesn't demand balance or posture. You're not expected to keep yourself upright when no one sees. The mattress shapes itself slightly around your body, not with effort, but because it knows how soft pressure should fall and where gravity belongs in this moment. There's a quiet hum from somewhere far below, under the walls, under the foundation, an old vibration that doesn't speak or announce anything. It just exists like memory without words, like light seen through closed eyelids. You don't need to name it. Don't try to find its source. Let it be part of the background, the quiet music beneath all things. Your shoulders settle deeper into stillness, not by trying harder, but because there's no reason not to. The muscles remember how to release without needing permission. There's space in your neck where tension once lived, now filled with air that doesn't need to move anywhere specific. The shape of the list has changed again, not erased, not rewritten, but repositioned like a letter left on a table after reading it twice and deciding there was nothing more to say. It isn't gone. It's just no longer in charge. And you are still here, not doing anything extraordinary, just being exactly as your body allows, exactly where the night has brought you. There is no need to keep track of hours passing. No reason to calculate how long this silence has lasted, or whether it counts as real sleep yet. You don't have to know if your mind will stop wandering, or even if that matters. The thoughts can come and go like clouds over a hillside, not chasing anything, but drifting with the wind they weren't meant to control. The night doesn't care what you do. It only knows how it feels to be vast, slow, full of unclaimed space, where nothing needs to move or prove itself. You don't need to catch up on lost time. You aren't behind in any race that wasn't real anyway. Your breath keeps going gentle and unhurried, as if the body has learned a secret. It doesn't have to earn its rest by being quiet, by not thinking, by never needing anything at all. It just needs to be here. And you are. The list isn't a shape anymore. It's a shadow under your skin, something that moves when you don't notice. It doesn't pulse like a heartbeat. It just exists in the space between breaths. You don't have to name it. You don't have to argue with it. It's not asking for anything, not even attention, just presence. Your hands stay where they are, palms up, resting on your chest, as if waiting for something light to land. Not a feather, something soft enough that you wouldn't feel the weight at all. A piece of moss, a sigh from someone far away. The air between them feels warm because it's been still long enough to hold heat. It doesn't have to do anything. There's no urgency in how your fingers rest. No need to be ready for what comes next. They don't curl or shift or grip the edge of a thought they can't let go. They just are, as if gravity has finally decided it isn't necessary to keep them upright anymore. No one needs to stand. No one is watching. The quiet outside doesn't move. Not because it's dead, but because it knows how to breathe without making noise. The walls aren't holding anything back. They don't remember the shape of your day. There are no echoes here, only a low hum that rises and falls like the tide in rivers, coming up from below, not rushing toward the surface. Your mind isn't gone. It's just stopped trying to fix itself. It doesn't need permission to rest because there's nothing left to repair. The list wasn't unfinished. It was just waiting for you to stop seeing it as something that needed completion. Not every thought has to be resolved. Some are just memories of effort, not tasks. You don't have to carry the weight of what could have been done. You don't need to replay why you deleted it. The reason doesn't matter now. What matters is how your body feels when you stop fighting to make sense of it. The shoulders lower further than they ever did in waking hours. Not because someone told them to, but because the muscles finally believe. There's no point in holding on. There's a stillness between your ribs that wasn't there before, not silence, not emptiness, but space. Like a room after everyone has left and all their footsteps have faded into the floorboards. You don't need to clean it. There's nothing to tidy up. The air is already soft enough to sink into. The list isn't gone. It's just no longer part of your attention. It doesn't flicker at the edge of vision or tug at the back of thought. It lives in that quiet place where things exist, but don't demand anything from you. Like a name remembered too late, like a song heard once and never needed again. Your breath slows to the point where it feels less like breathing and more like listening, waiting for something small to happen inside your chest. A shift, a settling, not because you asked it to, but because it's tired of trying to stay awake just in case someone needs you to be alert. You don't have to prove that you're not restless. You don't need to earn the right to feel safe here. The night doesn't care how many times your thoughts loop back. They only know they've been answered. Not with logic, not with solutions, with simply being allowed to stop. There's a softness under your spine like fabric left in sunlight, faded, but still warm. It isn't holding anything. It just knows how to be quiet when the body says it can no longer carry its own weight. The mattress doesn't push back, it yields. Not out of weakness, but because it understands what happens when pressure is released. Your mind drifts not toward plans or worries, not toward past regrets, into something quieter, the space between one breath and the next, a gap that isn't empty. It's full of air that hasn't yet decided where to go. It just rests there, like a thought that forgot its own question. You don't have to catch it. You don't need to follow it. There's no story behind it, no meaning waiting at the end. Just breath and stillness and time that isn't measuring anything. The outline of the list is still in your memory, but not as an obligation. It's like a drawing made long ago on a piece of paper you've since lost. You don't miss the paper. You only remember the shape. And even that has softened at the edges, blurred by time and lack of use. You aren't forgetting it. You're just no longer afraid of what happens when you stop looking for it. There's a warmth behind your eyes, not from tears, not from strain, but from simply being here without needing to do more than exist. The mind isn't racing. It's not trying to catch up on anything. It's not replaying conversations or rehearsing apologies. It's just resting. Your fingers don't move. They aren't ready for anything, not even touch. Just stillness that feels like permission. The floor beneath you is no longer a surface. It's an extension of the air, something soft and accepting, unbothered by weight or movement. You're not sinking into it. You're just letting yourself be held by what doesn't demand anything in return. There's nothing to prove tonight. No one needs to know that you are here. No proof needed that you've tried hard enough, stayed awake long enough, thought through everything with enough care. The night knows you didn't fail. It only knows what it feels like when the body finally stops pretending it can keep going. The list isn't erased. It's just not part of your attention anymore. And that's okay. That's more than okay. It's peace. You don't have to know if sleep is coming. You don't need to feel it arrive. There's no moment when you cross over, no light at the end of a tunnel, no sudden clarity. Just this, breath after breath, space between thoughts, hands on chest, air in lungs that doesn't need to be managed. The body remembers how to let go when given enough time, not because it has decided to stop being busy, but because it realizes there's nowhere left to go. No more things to fix. No more tasks that demand completion. You don't have to do anything extraordinary. You're not required to think less or be quieter. You just need to stay here exactly as you are, in the slow drift between waking and falling. The list is still there, but it's no longer asking for your attention. It doesn't matter that it's unfinished. Some things don't need to be finished to be released. You aren't responsible for cleaning up every thought. You don't have to tidy every memory. The night isn't keeping score. It only knows what happens when the mind stops fighting its own rhythm. Your breath slows again, not because you want it to, but because your body has decided that stillness is no longer a risk. That rest isn't dangerous. That being quiet doesn't mean you're failing. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are exactly where you need to be, lying down, hands open, mind drifting like dust in sunlight. There's no schedule, no deadline. The list doesn't flash again. It just stays where it is, like an old letter left on a table after the ink has dried and the words have stopped mattering. And you're not trying to fix anything anymore, not even yourself. You are simply being. You are not holding anything anymore, not even the shape of that old list, the way it used to press against your ribs when you thought about it too long. The outline has blurred into something quieter than memory, like a shadow left behind after a lamp is turned off. It doesn't call for attention now. It just is, like the quiet between two notes in music you never knew was playing. You don't need to name what's missing, because you've already let go of needing to fill the space where it once lived. There's no sound except the slow release from your lungs, a soft exhale that doesn't ask for anything back. It drifts outward like smoke that forgets it was ever fire. Your skin feels light, not insubstantial, but unburdened, as if gravity has softened in this room and stopped insisting on weight. You are not sinking. You are not floating. You're just being held by air that doesn't care about your thoughts or habits or the things you should have done yesterday. The edge of the blanket is warm where it presses against your wrist, just a small patch, like sunlight caught in fabric. It's not important, but it's enough to notice without needing to act on it. There's no need to pull it up higher, no urge to shift or adjust. The warmth stays where it is, and you stay where you are, with the quiet of your breath moving through you like wind over still water. You don't have to think about time. You don't have to measure how long this has been going on. There's no clock ticking in your head anymore, just a slow rise, then fall, each one matching the next without effort. No race to catch up, no chase after tomorrow's light. The night isn't waiting for you to finish anything before it lets go of its hold. It simply is, the same way your body has been breathing since before you knew how. There's a space behind your forehead that feels empty and full at once, like an attic with no furniture, but still full of air. You don't need to clean it out or organize it. There are no boxes labeled "what if" or "maybe later." Just quiet. The kind that doesn't demand you listen, but quietly invites you in anyway. The thought about the list, yes, it's there, but not as a thing you must fix or finish or even remember clearly. It's like an echo from another room, one that arrives too softly to matter anymore. You don't answer it. You don't reply. You just let it be part of the background noise of stillness, the kind of sound you only notice when silence has been long enough. Your hands are open on your chest, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped trying to hold onto anything at all. They're not reaching for a pen or a phone or even an idea. They're just resting, palms up like cups waiting for nothing in particular. The air is warm between them, not hot, just present. You don't need to be useful right now. You don't have to do any good. There's no performance, no one watching, no one expecting you to wake up tomorrow feeling ready or refreshed or even awake. You're not required to prove anything about your mind, your body, or your worth through how well you sleep. You are allowed to be this still, to stay here in the space between breaths, in the time when thoughts come but don't demand a reply, when memories pass like clouds across sky that doesn't care where they're going. Your eyelids aren't heavy because they need to close. They're just resting, like tired eyes finally giving up on staying open. not out of surrender, but because there's no point in resisting the softness that's already here. There's a thread inside you know, not a thought or plan or even a memory, not something you can hold tightly, but a sensation, quiet and steady, like water moving slowly beneath stone. It doesn't pull you anywhere. It just exists. And when your mind drifts off toward the sound of wind outside, or the shape of dust floating in a shaft of moonlight, when it wanders like it always does, it's not lost. It's only gone for a moment. And even then, it never really leaves. Because this thread is still there, the slow flow beneath your ribs, steady as a pulse that doesn't need to be counted. It's the same rhythm you've had since before you ever learned how to speak or plan or worry about what comes next. You don't have to follow it. You just have to let yourself be carried by it, like leaves floating down a stream where nothing is urgent and nothing needs saving. There's no urgency in this room. No signal that says now. No bell ringing for attention. Just the soft sound of your breath going out, slow enough that you barely notice it until after it has already happened. And then another. And another. The list isn't gone, but it doesn't need to be found anymore. It's not unfinished. It just is a memory with no purpose now, like a word said in a language no one speaks anymore. The meaning wasn't the point. The feeling was when you first wrote it down, when you tried to make order from chaos. But that moment has passed, and what's left? Just this, air moving through your lungs, a quiet behind your eyes, fingers resting on skin that doesn't need anything but presence. Time that isn't measuring anything. You don't have to be awake. You don't have to stay present. There's no requirement to think or feel or even remember who you are for the next few hours. You're not expected to hold your own attention. The night is doing it for you, quietly, without fanfare, just by being. Your body isn't trying to escape. It's not racing toward some end state of rest. It's simply letting go one breath at a time, like water slipping through fingers that have already stopped trying to keep it. The air feels thick now, not in a bad way, but full of quiet, as if the room is breathing with you. Not in sync, but close enough that it doesn't matter. You don't need to match it. You only need to be here. There's no thought about tomorrow. No calculation. No worry over what will happen when you wake up, or whether you'll remember this moment at all. That doesn't matter either. What matters is now. This slow, steady rhythm of not doing anything except breathing and being. The list is still in your mind, but it isn't calling for attention anymore. It's just part of the background hum of silence, like a distant train that never comes to the station. You don't need to check on it. You don't need to see if it's real or gone. You're not responsible for cleaning up after every thought you've ever had. You're only responsible for being here, exactly as you are, with your hands open and your breath unhurried, letting the night hold everything that doesn't have a name yet. You're not holding anything anymore, not even the idea of holding. The weight isn't in your hands or your chest or behind your eyes. It's just gone, like a shadow that slipped away when the light changed. There's no need to carry it forward, not tonight. You don't have to remember what came before this breath, what you wrote, what you erased, what you meant by any of it. The meaning isn't in the act of writing or deleting. It was in the moment of trying, the quiet push against chaos, and that's done now. The air feels different, not colder, not warmer, but softer around your skin, like something has settled into place without you noticing. Your shoulders have uncurled on their own, not because you told them to, but because they remembered how it felt before urgency arrived. There was a time when stillness didn't feel like failure, when the body could just be without needing permission. You're remembering that now, not with your mind, but through the shape of your ribs rising and falling, the way your palms lie on top of each other, not gripping, not pushing, just resting as if they've known this position for years. There's a sound outside, low, steady, like a distant river moving under ice. Not loud enough to wake you, but close enough that it feels part of the quiet inside. It doesn't demand anything. You don't have to interpret it or name what it is. Just listen as if your ears are made of moss, absorbing sound without needing to understand it. The rhythm isn't fast. It's not trying to reach anything. It's just going like a slow tide pulling back from shore, only to come again in its own time. Your fingers feel heavy now, not with weight, but with presence. Not the kind that pulls you forward, but the kind that keeps you here. The way your skin remembers warmth, even when it's no longer touching anything. There's no need for contact. No one is reaching out. You're not being called to do anything. The room isn't waiting for you to fix it, or rearrange it, or explain yourself. It's just a space that holds breath and silence and the soft afterglow of what happened before this moment, before the list, before the thought, before the need to be anywhere but here. You don't have to think about sleep like a task. You're not trying to arrive at it. You're already in it, the way water settles into the cracks between stones. No effort, no striving, just letting your body sink into its own shape, as if gravity finally decided it wasn't fighting you anymore. The edges of your awareness are softening, not fading out, but spreading like ink dropped in still water. Not disappearing, just becoming part of something larger, where nothing is sharp or urgent. A thought drifts like a leaf caught on the surface of a pond, and for a second it's there, the outline of another list. But this time you don't reach for it. You watch it float past, not with curiosity, not with resistance, but with quiet recognition. It's just motion, just air moving around something that doesn't belong in this stillness. And then it's gone, not because you pushed it away, but because the water didn't need to hold on. There's no need for completion. No reason to finish anything tonight. The only thing being completed is your breathing, each out-breath a quiet release, like unclenching fingers one at a time. You're not trying to calm down. There's nothing left to calm. The mind isn't racing. It's just still, like the air in an empty room that hasn't been touched for hours. No echoes, no reverberations, just space where sound doesn't matter. Your hands are warm now, not hot, but alive with a quiet heat, as if they've remembered how to hold themselves without fear. They don't need to do anything. They don't have to write or organize or fix what's broken. They're not even responsible for staying still. They're just here on your lap, on the bedsheet, resting like stones in a stream that moves slowly but never stops. doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't judge whether you've done enough or failed to do anything at all. It's simply breathing with you, not in rhythm, not in sync, but close enough that it feels like belonging. Not because of what you've done or what you haven't done, just because you're here. And that is enough. There's a patch of moonlight on the floor, faint, soft, like someone left a memory behind without meaning to. It doesn't need to be seen clearly. It just exists in its own quiet way, not demanding attention, not trying to illuminate anything important. You don't have to go there. You don't have to understand it. It's just light on stone, on threadbare fabric, on the shape of a shadow that never needed to be named. You're not afraid of what comes next because you're not thinking about it. There's no timeline, no deadline. The future is not knocking. It hasn't even woken up yet. You don't have to prepare for it. You don't have to imagine how it will feel when the sun rises, or whether your mind will still be buzzing with stories from last night. That doesn't matter now. What matters is this soft pull of air moving in and out of you, like a tide that has forgotten how to rush. There's no need for focus, no command to stay present. You're not being asked to hold on to anything, not even the feeling of peace. It's just there, not because you earned it or worked for it, but because your body decided to stop fighting itself. And so it lets go just a little more each breath, like water finding its way through cracks in the earth. The list is still somewhere in your mind, but not as an order, not as a burden, not as something that needs to be completed. It's just part of the quiet background, the same way dust motes float without purpose in the light, or how rain falls on rooftops without needing to explain why it lands where it does. You don't have to understand what happened tonight. You don't have to remember how you got here. You're not being tested. There's no evaluation waiting for you when your eyes open. All that matters is this moment, this slow, unforced rhythm of staying in the body, letting thoughts come and go like clouds across a sky with no horizon. The breath doesn't need to be deep. It doesn't have to change. It just needs to keep happening like it always has, without permission or purpose. You're not trying to fix anything, not even your sleep. Just let the night do its work, not in bursts, not in solutions, but in stillness that never asks for gratitude. There's no need to be awake, no reason to stay alert.